Yes.
The Leaf Spring Army sends its regards.
Hello, everyone. I'm the Enforcer, and I'm accompanied by Enforcer Matt.
And good evening, folks. It's Enforcer Matt, and welcome back to day 1606 of the War News stream. And tonight we have very big developments happening right now in the Middle East, literally as we speak. We're seeing the U.S. forces launch a huge, major shoreline attack along the entire Iranian coast tonight. And we were expecting the strikes to be over by now, but for some reason, it looks like CENTCOM's going for extended strikes as of this evening. We're also seeing that Russia and China has been formally accused of arming and also assisting Iranian forces in striking the U.S. soldiers in the region. And also, U.S. officials just issued a major warning Americans to be on high alert around the entire world for Iranian attacks. And it's good to see you all once again.
And of course, we're going to be covering the past 24 hours of the news from around the world, as significant developments are currently unfolding within the Middle East as we speak live on air right now, and also significant developments have emerged from the war in Ukraine today. We have been able to see that at this moment, while we are live on air, the United States Armed Forces are conducting significant strikes against the Islamic Republic of Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps on the island of Qashem, with significant strikes and explosions being reported from the island as I'm speaking live on air right now. Additionally, significant strikes have been conducted along the entirety of the Iranian coastline today, and the isolation campaign against Bandar Abbas appears to continue with a great deal of success, as we have seen that the city is largely isolated from all external influences, reinforcements, or supplies, allowing the United States to have a strategically upper hand situation within the strait at this moment. We have also been able to see that the United States of America's Department of State has issued a worldwide caution for all U.S. citizens abroad and at home that an Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps or Iranian terrorist attack may be attempted against U.S. citizenry abroad and on the home front, and that all citizens should be concerned and aware of such a situation and take necessary precautions in their personal security. We have also been able to confirm that U.S. strikes were conducted yesterday around the area of the water desalination plant near to Bandar Abbas, but it does not appear that it was a water desalination plant. It appears that it was a fishing port that was hit, and the Iranians once again lied about the strike and what it did exactly hit. We also were able to see that additionally, the Islamic Republic of Iran today has announced that they are suspending the Memorandum of Understanding and will not be engaging in talks with the United States of America from this point forward, while at the same time also making more statements and threats against the United States of America and our armed forces and CENTCOM's area of responsibility at this moment. Iranian strikes have been conducted at a significant volume today within northern Iraq, with reports of attacks near to the Erbil area and attacks that were attempted directly onto the U.S. airbase inside of the Erbil city area. Additionally, there was an alleged phone call that was held today between some members of the Iraqi government and the Iranian government on further cooperation, of which it is unknown exactly what that means, at least for now, as the United States just south in Kuwait has continued to fire ATACMS missiles from our M142 HIMARS into the Islamic Republic of Iran, and the Islamic Republic of Iran has also targeted and hit a major desalination plant today within the southern area of the Kingdom of Kuwait. Additionally, we have also been able to get news out of Syria that some sort of a small clash has now started to occur around the outskirts of Aleppo between several different factions, and we've also been able to hear very unfortunate news from the Kingdom of Jordan today that several U.S. service members were hit within the containerized housing units facilities at the Muwaffaq Salti airbase last night, and Central Command has confirmed that 2 U.S. soldiers unfortunately were killed in the line of duty in the service of this republic last night as a result of the attack that was covered live on air. Additionally, we've also been able to hear that helicopters were damaged as well, and we have also been able to hear reports that there is a significant number of wounded from last night's attack, although that number has not been ascertained to perfection, at least at this point on air, for us to know the exact figure. Additionally, we've also been able to hear that along the southern Yemeni coastline, there was an UK MTO report of further actions today, most likely by Somali pirates or the Yemeni Houthis, and we've also been able to see major developments out of the war in Ukraine, as Ukrainian drone attacks have continued to rain down throughout the entirety of the Russian Federation. The Wildberries distribution facility in Elektrostal has started to burn so profusely that it has now covered the entirety of Moscow and most of the central Russian Federation with a thick column of smoke. This smoke can be seen all the way from space and appears to be covering the entirety of the skyline in a thin blanket of impermeable smoke of which the sun's light cannot even pass through. We've also been able to hear that the Russian Federation's government is preparing for a mobilization coming up in the fall, most likely of another 500,000 conscripts, and we've also been able to see that outside of that, Ukrainian armed forces have valiantly held the line today against the Russian Federation's armed forces, and we've also seen that continued Ukrainian drone attacks have caused havoc upon Russian tankers within the Black Sea and electrical substations within the Crimean Peninsula. We have a significant amount of news today that we are going to be covering, and we do want to make it clear that today is a special exception to our normal breaking news schedule, as it does appear that the United States Armed Forces are still continuing major attacks against the Islamic Republic of Iran as we speak, which we'll be breaking to those developments right now. Matthew, what do we got?
Okay, so right now, this very minute, and like I mentioned earlier, folks, usually for the past 3 days, we'll see CENTCOM conduct a wide series of strikes on Iran, and then about 20 minutes before we go live for the last 3 nights, they'll send out an announcement saying that the strikes have concluded. Tonight is not that night. There's been no announcement that the strikes are concluding early tonight, and this appears to be an unprecedented, extended series of strikes that we're now seeing the U.S. conduct on Qasem Island. We literally just got word about 10 minutes ago that there was 3 major blasts heard on Qasem Island in the Hormozgan province of Iran. So that's where we're seeing the attacks right now. That's the island where the toll booth is located for the Iranian IRGC naval forces. And we've also seen that a statement was just put out, a very lengthy statement. It's a little bit too long to read the whole thing, and also it's useless to read the whole thing. But the IRGC is now vowing a devastating response to U.S. savagery, and they're calling the United States the Satan of the West. So they're really going off crazy. And Forrest, you can take a look at that post right there. They did put out that statement. It's too long to read, but you can take a look at it.
Let's take a quick look at it, and yes, this is way too long to read, but to give you all a little bit of a summary of it, we were able to see that they were talking about the martyred leader who was Ali Khamenei, the bastard who was killed on February 28th, and it appears that they're stating that the United States of America is the great Satan, the criminal, treacherous, and deceitful American enemy, that any greed, bullying, expansionism, and brutality will be met with a decisive and devastating response from the faithful, the courageous, and the soon-to-be dead. We've also been able to see that they then stated that the defensive power of their country is overwhelming and mighty, and that the United States cannot really stand against them, yada yada yada, with the help of Almighty, yada yada, Major General Pilot Ali Abdali. So that is generally the statement from the Hatan al-Anbiya central headquarters right now within the Islamic Republic of Iran, which is once again making it incredibly clear that the Islamic Republic of Iran has chosen the warlike path and will not be attempting negotiations with the United States of America, meaning that we will have to continue on this war to victory, which will be much to the dismay of this fool who has published such a long amount of writing to achieve absolutely nothing, while the U.S. Armed Forces are currently dismantling the blockade of the Strait of Hormuz as we speak. So that is currently the information that we have from that area, and in the meantime, we are hearing that while that ridiculously long statement was just issued by the Hatam al-Anbiya, U.S. Armed Forces are once again conducting major strikes against an IRGC stronghold within the Strait of Hormuz, the island of Qashem, as major strikes have been reported, and 3 large explosions have been documented according to eyewitness reports around the entirety of the island. We believe that most of these strikes are most likely being conducted along the southern coast of the island, as that is where most IRGC permanent, temporary, and mobile installations are currently at, and also where a large amount of the IRGC fast attack boats, which are stored within boat pens in the cliff sides, are also based out of as well, which we may be seeing strikes on all of those targets once we start to get further information and damage assessments out of Qashem Island, hopefully within the next several hours. But Matthew, do we have any more breaking news and updates that we have at this moment?
For right now, that's going to be it. We are seeing that Iran's getting hammered quite badly along their coast, and we are expecting this to be happening all night long and into the daytime hours for Iran's daytime situation. We are expecting that as well. So I'll let you know if I see something else. I would expect it's going to be a long night, I would suspect.
It does certainly appear that it is going to be a long night, and I do want to make it clear, folks, before we even begin our normal news coverage for the night, covering the past 24-hour block of news, right now we are seeing that the United States of America is continuing endless strikes or indefinite strikes against the Islamic Republic of Iran. This is a very different situation than the situations that we've seen over the past 7 days, with the first week of the conflict now finally passed. During the first week of the conflict, the United States was conducting strike waves, where we would conduct a specific wave of actions, stop, reorganize, and then conduct a new wave several hours later, or even sometimes 12 hours later. Currently, we are now seeing that U.S. strikes have begun earlier today and have not ceased whatsoever, and appear to be now going on an indefinite schedule, which we largely believe is probably the next step in escalation and a possible broadening of the U.S. military actions against the Islamic Republic of Iran, which means that there will now be continuous military operations against Iran at all hours of the day, and we may not see any announcements or conclusions from this point forward of any strikes, as they will still be going on indefinitely from this point forward without end. Moving us on out of that update, and also to keep in mind, because of that situation, we may be having to stop the actual stream's coverage at any moment to go immediately to breaking news that could be happening at any point on air. But with that in mind, folks, it is time for us to get on into the major news that we have been able to get out of the Middle East over the past 24 hours, and moving us on and directly into the Strait of Hormuz. Speaking of the largest area of the coastline that has been hit, the United States of America has announced today that the armed forces of the Republic have continued significant strikes against IRGC forces and the Iranian armed forces throughout the areas of Qashem, Bandar Abbas, and elsewhere. As we were able to see, that reports did just come out that we did just cover in the breaking news that 3 blasts have been reported within the Hormuzgan province of Iran within the Qashem Island region. Additionally, we've also been able to see that Bandar Abbas has continued to be isolated by U.S. forces throughout the day, as another wave of strikes has directly hit the city and also some of the critical infrastructure connecting Bandar Abbas with the greater part of the country. We were also able to hear reports outside of that a tunnel network north of the city and apparently along we believe to be Highway 71 has been knocked out, and we can see the Iranians here apparently trying to conduct some sort of efforts, or at least showing and documenting the tunnel and its collapse caused by U.S. airstrikes. Here's that clip right now. We're going to mute the audio, but we can see them here showing the bridge, the 2 bridgeways, as a matter of fact, and it appears that it has largely been closed due to some sort of an attack or demolishing of the tunnel entrance, of which we can see damage directly behind him on the tunnel's entrance, which appears to have shown some sort of a collapse or a cave-in from a direct explosion right onto the tunnel. These tunnels are a serious logistical corridor for the Islamic Republic of Iran's forces within Bandar Abbas, and generally are as important as the bridge works to the east and west of the city. It appears that the United States did attempt to hit the tunnel, and it does appear that a cave-in was caused, but due to a lack of secondary or follow-up strikes, it appears that the Iranians may have been able to try and clear away some of the debris, or were actively clearing away the debris at this point in this clip. We also were able to additionally see further information of more bridges to the west of the city of Bandar Abbas that had been hit as well today, as we were able to see that the Hamir bridges in the Hormuzgan province were completely destroyed, and we also were able to see that a semi-truck was seen as collateral as a result of these strikes on the Hamir bridges overnight, which has largely once again knocked out another key access and route into Bandar Abbas from the outside areas of the Islamic Republic of Iran. Currently, from what we understand, the United States of America is conducting an anti-coastal and maritime campaign against the IRGC forces to destroy the IRGC's capability of attacking merchant shipping throughout the Persian Gulf, the Strait of Hormuz, and the Gulf of Oman, and they are also attempting to break the Iranians' more so maritime capabilities in general, stopping them from ever exerting any sort of significant influence over the near waterways directly along their coastline. So far, these strikes and actions appear to be producing some level of success, and the strikes around Bandar Abbas appear to be preparatory operations to isolate the main hub of IRGC activity within the Strait of Hormuz, to allow for a possible U.S. ground invasion of the islands within the Strait of Hormuz, or possibly the near areas around Bandar Abbas or elsewhere within the Strait of Hormuz, to create an air defense sanitary zone of which merchant ships could take advantage of to use as a net of safety and then pass hopefully uneventfully through the Strait of Hormuz. In the meantime, we have seen that the Islamic Republic of Iran has continued to make a significant amount of statements today, also including from the supreme leader of the Islamic Republic of Iran, Mujtaba Khamenei, who we have not seen yet coming out of his hiding place. We do not know entirely where he is at the moment, and no one's seen him in the public still, but allegedly he wrote this statement today and issued it to the public of the Islamic Republic of Iran, and also apparently to the general public around the world. And this was the statement as follows. The great Satan's repeated violations of the Memorandum of Understanding signed between the President of Iran and the U.S. once again proved to everyone how worthless and unreliable the signature of the U.S. President is, and that bullying, hegemonic ambitions, and savagery are inseparable elements of the American way and doctrine. The great Satan has once again revealed its true face without a mask, so that this dark experience of crime and bad faith will stand as yet another powerful testament to America's deceitfulness, irrationality, untrustworthiness, and wickedness. Now that the American enemy is seeking to ignite war and incur even heavier costs at greater disgrace, it should know that the beloved Iranian nation and the axis of resistance have unforgettable lessons in store for it. This also
Okay, can we get that like in a verbal statement? Like, can we actually hear it from the bastard himself? It's like, well, when's he going to come out and eventually, actually lead Iran? If he's a so-called leader of it, it's like, how do we even know he wrote that? It's like we're having to assume that that's actually a statement from him and not somebody else that has wrote it on his behalf and claimed it was from him. We don't even know what shape he's in. He won't come out.
You know, I would actually say that I would like to hear that from him in person, because I believe that he is mistaken, folks. He is calling the United States of America the Great Satan, and I would like to invite the armed forces of the Republic to show Mujtaba Khamenei what the Great Satan really is, which is certainly not the United States of America or our proud citizens of the Republic who have taken up arms in its common defense and are currently engaging in actions against the Islamic Republic of Iran in the Middle East. We are also able to hear that this additionally was the announcement largely of the suspension of the Memorandum of Understanding under the Islamabad Agreement, and the Deputy Legal Minister of Foreign Affairs stated that the United States has violated and suspended all of his commitments within the framework of the Islamabad Memorandum, and that they have also suspended their commitments and are not currently implementing them and are focused on defending the country, i.e. continuing their offensive war against merchant ships within the Strait of Hormuz, because they are not allowed to be able to control the entirety of it under international law, and the U.S. will not allow them to do that either. We've also been able to hear that during the time of the ceasefire, it appears that Iran rushed out $6 billion worth of oil with its brief truce with the United States, sending about 20 tankers to waters off Malaysia after the United States lifted its blockade on Iranian ships. Analysts say the oil's ultimate destination was most likely China, according to reports from the Wall Street Journal, which appears to have been some level of funding that the Islamic regime is now used to be able to once again pad its coffers and also its war machine to be able to try and keep it running for as long as possibly possible against the United States of America. How much longer that will be, it's not entirely sure. It really depends on how long the blockade can survive down the Strait of Hormuz, and considering that already yesterday we were able to hear of one oil tanker which apparently successfully made it through, we're starting to see that there are cracks clearly showing within the blockade, because that vessel was attacked, but the damage was so minor it continued to press forward and made its way out of the Strait of Hormuz and into the Gulf of Oman. We've also been able to see that the Islamic Republic of Iran has been conducting significant missile and drone attacks today against the Kingdom of Kuwait and the Northern Republic of Iraq's Kurdish autonomous regions over the course of the day. During this time, allegedly, according to some reports that came out from FITUX Network, the Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi and Iraqi counterpart Fuad Hussein allegedly held a phone call to discuss the Middle East situation and bilateral cooperation. We're not entirely sure what is going on with that, at least at the moment, but it does appear that there may be some sympathies within the Republic of Iraq's government to the Islamic Republic of Iran's position and their ongoing conflict against the United States. But Matthew, it looks like we have more breaking news coming out right now. What do we got?
Okay, so unfortunately, this is some bad news right here, unfortunately. But we're now hearing that CENTCOM is saying that 4 U.S. troops have been medically evacuated after Iranian attacks in Jordan, and they're saying that they're claiming all later released. That's what they're currently saying right now. But we had heard earlier that unfortunately we've lost 2 U.S. service members at least in the attack that Iran conducted on the Jordanian airbase of Muwaffaq. They unfortunately got hit and taken out in that strike. We'd also heard that 1 service member was allegedly missing, and then several more were wounded. I can't even keep track of the number that was actually wounded in that attack. And also they decimated a whole bunch of Black Hawk helicopters. They hit the housing units, the containerized housing units that are on the base. And it was a lot of damage at Muwaffaq, a lot of damage. I'm not understating that whatsoever. So we're getting word that maybe 4 of them might have been released from medical care, maybe. So hopefully that's the case, but we'll have to wait and see.
We will have to wait and see, but it does appear that we're still getting news of further casualties coming out of the Muwaffaq airbase from yesterday's attack and possibly some attacks that were conducted today, although we haven't really seen those in pure form to be able to confirm that there were additional attacks conducted against Muwaffaq today. It appears that last night's attack was the last attack, and there's been very unfortunate news that has come out from those actions, but we'll be getting to those here briefly in a moment. Right now, a lot of people aren't talking at this moment about the significant influx of aircraft that have been seen flooding into the region. And according to reports that we have been able to get throughout the day, there's a significant number of F-16s and additional multi-role aircraft which are being brought into CENTCOM's area of responsibility, apparently in preparation to start expanding military operations against the Islamic Republic of Iran. And a lot of people are wondering what those movements are about in particular. Are they possibly to try and conduct strikes on major Iranian cities, or to conduct an endless round-the-clock coastal campaign? It seems that a lot of people do have comments and opinions on this right now. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that? And what are you thinking about that as well?
Okay, so over the last 48 hours, we've seen a massive, I mean a major U.S. Air Force airlift coming from areas of Europe and the U.K., and they're all flying to mainly Israeli air bases. So we're seeing a whole bunch of tanker aircraft for refueling, a whole bunch of F-16 fighter aircraft, and also other assets going to the region, which indicates, very obviously, that an escalation is on the horizon. So what do you think is coming next? And it looks like 50% said a non-stop coastal attack campaign is likely coming very soon. And in fact, it might have already started tonight, since we're seeing an unprecedented series of coastal strikes, while 32% of the audience said U.S. strikes on major Iranian cities is what's coming next, and 11% said the U.S. strikes on Iranian nuclear sites, that's the next big step. And I would say I am definitely with the 50%. I think we've already seen the start of it literally right this second as we've gone live. I think the nonstop coastal attack campaign is already underway, and these incoming tanker aircraft are simply here to relieve the other ones that are being used extensively already in these strikes. They're simply there to replace them and make sure that they don't get too worn out and they're not being overused, and also that the crews have a break as well. So I think that's what we're seeing here. I think the entire coast of Iran is going to be decimated systematically, which in my opinion, is a very good move. Enforcer's been saying that, and I've been saying that too. It would be very wise to really attack the coast strongly, and they should have done that the last time, but they're now getting around to it, and I think that's a very good step to take, and tonight's probably the start of it. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say that I'm with the 50% as well. I believe this is the beginning or the preparations of a nonstop coastal attack campaign, and I would generally heavily suggest, if anyone from the government was listening, that the coastal campaign be continued to its full conclusion before any other actions are attempted or conducted by U.S. armed forces. Right now, we are seeing that our greatest chance of success, and we are already seeing some modest successes already just 8 days in, which is earlier than expected, against the Islamic Republic of Iran by bombarding the IRGC forces and the Iranian armed forces that are currently operational along their coastline. We need to see that we win the battle and win victory on this day in the Strait of Hormuz, because that will be our victory, our ultimate victory against the Islamic Republic of Iran. The only way that the Islamic Republic of Iran can truly harm or damage the United States of America in any significant way is via a blockade of the Strait of Hormuz, meaning that that is the one battle that we must fight and defeat the Iranians in, because if we fight them and defeat them in that battle and achieve victory over them, then the Iranians can no longer conduct a blockade and conduct significant economic pressures against the United States of America throughout the duration of the conflict. That means that the entire conflict is moved into our hands and our hands alone, and the United States of America's armed forces will now be able to dictate the speed and tempo in which the conflict continues and concludes in, which would conclude ultimately in some form of a U.S. victory at that point. I would say that moving on to conducting attacks on major Iranian cities generally poses no real strategic value, at least at the moment. And while I will say, folks, that it is quite incensing to hear of the deaths of 2 U.S. service members last night, we need to remember to not let our minds in strategy be clouded by emotion. We must operate in a pragmatic sense. We are looking to see that those men did not die in vain, or the citizens of the Republic in general did not die in vain, and we want to see victory. We do not want their sacrifice to be worthless. And so we should keep on the anti-coastal campaign, because in several weeks' time, we will most likely see that most resistance has completely melted away within the strait and elsewhere. But Matthew, it looks like we have more breaking news coming out. What do we got?
Okay, so we just got some word that apparently there's now an earthquake in Avaz in the Khuzestan province of Iran, and this is coming at the exact same time that U.S. forces are airstriking the coast and also attacking Kashim Island. Apparently there's an earthquake being reported here. Also, I do want to bring this up as well. We've seen airstrikes on Avaz earlier today, and there's been pretty much non-stop airstrikes in that area over the last few days. So now we're hearing of an earthquake there. I'm not totally sure exactly what the cause of that is. It could be maybe that a bomb was dropped that was a larger one, and maybe it was registered as an earthquake. That could be maybe it. I'm kind of speculating with that a little bit, but I'm trying to come up with reasons of why that would be the case. It could be a naturally occurring earthquake, but the fact that there's been nonstop attacks in that exact area seems a little bit strange. It appears to be a magnitude 4 or somewhere around that range, so it's not a mega quake, but it's also not an extremely tiny one either. So we'll be watching that. That is quite interesting that we're seeing reports of an earthquake there right now. But Enforcer, what do you make of that?
What's the seismograph saying for the size of this action that's happening right now?
I'm seeing some people estimate a 3.7 to about a 4 or possibly slightly higher than that. It's somewhere around that range from what I can tell.
It's kind of within the range of large ordnance. Like it could possibly be a bombing that's happened. Of course, now with the 2,000 pounder, it would have to be something large, maybe like a Moab. But we don't really know if a C-130 is able to fly over the Khuzestan province and drop a Moab, but we do know that the Moab that was dropped in Afghanistan actually did register on the Richter scale, the one time that it was ever used in combat. So there is a possibility that if it is a low-level earthquake like that, a 3.7 or so, it may possibly be large ordnance that's been just dropped somewhere within that area, and it's being picked up on the Richter scale.
It could be. I see people noting, they say if it's a Moab, that would trigger, that would like, it would be monitored as an earthquake. That's what it would be registered as on the seismographs. And I believe that is true. The Moab is such a large munition that it does, it can register as an earthquake depending on the location that it hit, depending on how close it is to a seismograph. So that could be possibly what it is. We had seen a bunch of rumors yesterday and also early this morning that maybe U.S. strategic bombers might be en route to Iran, but we never could get confirmation on that. And we still don't know if if that's what's causing this tonight. We're still not sure. What aircraft can the Moab be dropped from, by the way? Wasn't the last time it was dropped? Wasn't it dropped from like the B-1 or something?
Moabs can actually not be dropped by conventional bombers. The bomb is so large, they actually had to be dropped out of the cargo hold of a transport aircraft. And I think the last time that one of these was dropped, it was actually airdropped along with its cradle by a C-130 over Afghanistan back in 2017, if I'm not mistaken. I think they can also be dropped by C-17s, but their cradle and the bomb itself is actually designed to be loaded into the back of an aircraft, a transport aircraft like a C-130 or a C-17. They fly over the target, and then using a drogue chute that is thrown out of the back of the aircraft, it drags the bomb and also its skid trailer along with it out of the back of the aircraft. The trailer then separates, and then the bomb uses its gridiron fins to be able to guide itself on down into its target. These also burst, I believe, air burst over their targets as well, I believe a couple of dozen feet up to cause the maximum damage, because these aren't supposed to be used against hardened targets. They're only used against softer targets.
Yeah, that is interesting. It's just hard to tell with certainty, folks. Like I see a lot of people are very much in favor of the idea that it could be a Moab that was dropped there. I'm seeing some reports say that the depth of the earthquake was registered as far down as 86 miles underneath the Earth's crust. So it's a very deep registering of an earthquake, but it could be possibly maybe getting confused with like a munition being dropped. I'm not totally sure exactly how precise a seismograph is to detecting something like that. So right now it's pure speculation of what caused this, but I will admit that's very weird that there's an earthquake in that exact spot that's been hit so many times over.
Also, just to make sure, because I see a lot of people saying that every aircraft in the Air Force can carry one, even including an F-16. This thing is also the size of an F-16 from tip to stem. So, I mean, that's not really a possibility. This thing is designed to be carried by a C-130 Hercules. I believe that I've heard that they can carry it inside of I believe it's a C-17, because they generally have the same sort of a cargo hold layout, although the C-17 is larger. But generally the C-130, and specifically the MC-130E, this one right here, is the one that's designed to actually carry the Moab. But outside of that, it appears that we have more breaking news from U.S. strikes at this moment. So, Matthew, what do we got?
Okay, so it's heating up a lot right now. It looks like the U.S. is conducting daytime airstrikes now, and they're very heavy. We've just gotten word that a Vaz was actually struck by something. So there's been some type of airstrike, possibly on a Vaz, which is exactly where that earthquake was just registered. Also, the estimates are being updated. It's apparently a 5 magnitude earthquake that took place in the Vaz. So it's a little bit larger than we thought. It's a little bit larger than a 4.0. It's about 1 degree higher. And we're now seeing that a Vaz is also, at the same time, apparently under an attack. So we don't know if that is munition. It's starting to look very likely that it could be a munition that triggered the seismographs inside of a vase, which I believe that's close to the petrochemical complex, if I'm not mistaken.
Sadly, it looks like that magnitude's getting well beyond what a Moab can do. A Moab, I just went and looked. It appears that it registered on the Richter scale in Afghanistan. It was like around a 2.2 to a 2.4. So even at 3.7, that was good and well beyond the abilities of a Moab. Now that it's around a 5, this might be some sort of a natural occurrence within the Kurdistan area, coincidentally at the same time as we're hitting them. And also it appears that this is saying that it's possibly a strike in Avaj, and I believe they put that there because of the report of the earthquake within Avaj, which would make some of us believe it might be larger ordnance. But even the largest ordnance, which is a Moab, at least for conventional bombs here in the United States, only creates about a 2.4 from what I could tell on the Richter scale. Somewhat significant, but most people wouldn't notice that if you were a couple of miles away. You would more so notice the blast in your windows rumbling, more so than the ground shaking like an earthquake. But we can see the Kashim, Sikabad, which is just to the west of Bandar Abbas, and also Bandar Abbas have been hit multiple times in this current round of strikes, which is once again showing that the U.S. is heavily focusing, while on a coastline campaign, primarily around the Bandar Abbas area and the IRGC's strongholds within the Strait of Hormuz.
Yeah, and also I want to point this out as well. The reports about a vase being under attack, that's not related to the earthquake, actually. So there's anecdotal reports that a vase might have been struck by some like munition outside of the earthquake situation. So they're not saying that it's under attack because of the earthquake. That's totally a separate issue with that. But I am hearing, though, that apparently there's a cellular outage in a vase, and there's also blasts that were reported literally just 3 hours ago inside that city. And also, I am seeing some reports that maybe the IRGC has deployed some of the security forces in that area as well. So something is going on in Avaz. Like there's definitely something going on there of a larger magnitude. It's just sadly it's so early. Like this earthquake news just came in like 8 minutes ago. We don't have a whole bunch of details about this yet, but we're going to be keeping a sharp eye on Avaz though tonight to see what's going on with that. And in the meantime, though, the typical area, Bandar Abbas and the Kashim Island area, that area is still getting hammered nonstop by the strike. So that will be interesting. We'll keep an eye on it.
We'll definitely have to keep an eye on it. We are seeing right now, folks, just to make sure to summarize the situation, that the U.S. is once again conducting major strikes while we're talking right now on Bandar Abbas, Sheikh Karim, which is just to the west of Bandar Abbas on the mainland, and also on Kashim Island, as well as blasts that are once again happening within the Avash city area in the side of the Khuzestan province, all the way to the western side of the coast of Iran. So we are seeing that there are significant strikes happening live on air right now, and if we get any video or picture evidence of those strikes, we will be making sure to stop everything immediately and show you those developments live on air. Moving us on out of that breaking news update, in the meantime, though, we were able to see that the Iranian attacks against the United States and our Gulf state allies and forces were quite significant throughout the course of the day, primarily aimed more so at U.S. forces today than the Gulf states, at least in some cases in Iraq and unfortunately Jordan, which we'll be getting to here in just a brief moment. We have been able to hear that the airbase at Erbil has come under attack once again. The airbase at Erbil is a significant basing and house of operations for U.S. Armed Forces within the area, stationed directly to the east of the Erbil International Airport. This is largely a facility that's operated by the U.S. Army and operates rotary aviation elements, i.e. helicopters, from the perimeter of this facility. We understand that the Islamic Republic of Iran has attempted attacks against this facility in the first phase of the conflict and once during the second phase of the conflict, with a second attempted attack happening today. We've also seen that the Kurds, of which this base largely supports, have also come under significant attacks over the prior 2 days, with explosions being reported against Kurdish headquarters and forces in Suleimania and Erbil, both major cities and Kurdish strongholds within the semi-autonomous regions of northern Iraq. We were able to see a video that came out today showing that a CRAM air defense system was firing at drones that had come within very close proximity of the field and were attempting to take them down in the last line of defense, showing that today's attack came dangerously close to possibly hitting and causing major damage and possibly more casualties to U.S. forces at this facility. Here's the clip. And we see the rounds proximity fusing at their maximum range here. But we did not see any hit on the incoming drone or target, unfortunately. We believe, because we haven't gotten any footage of fires at the airbase, which would usually easily be filmed from the high-rise apartment blocks directly outside of the base's perimeter, we're believing that because we do not have that footage at the moment, that generally we were able to see that air defense was successful and was able to shoot down the incoming drones and missiles. But once again, folks, that's largely our interpretation of the events that we've seen based off of the proof that we have. There may be an attack or a direct hit that's been caused on that base today. It's just that we do not have any video or picture evidence to be able to confirm it. Fortunately, however, from what I know, Firm Satellite also isn't showing a fire there currently, so we generally are of the safe assumption that there was no direct hit to the facility today in Erbil, thankfully. We also were able to see that a report of Iraqi, more so jet aircraft in northern Iraqi airspace was ongoing today, possibly showing an Israeli preparation for strikes, as that's usually a staging area for IAF activities against the Islamic Republic of Iran, or it may have been staging for further U.S. air operations that are now going to be conducted within the airspace of northern Iraq. We're not entirely sure which, but there certainly was jet aircraft present and operational today within northern Iraqi airspace. Moving us on from that news in northern Iraq, it's now time for us to get on into some of the very unfortunate news that we were able to hear of yesterday on air and have been able to confirm very unfortunate details of today at the Muwaffaq Salti Air Base inside of the Kingdom of Jordan. As many of y'all will know, yesterday we were able to document and report of a significant missile attack that was conducted by the Islamic Republic of Iran against the Muwaffaq Salti Air Base in Jordan. This video here actually shows the arrival of several Iranian ballistics into the airspace and the attempt by the MEM 104 Patriot air defense batteries surrounding the airbase to try and shoot down these ballistic missiles. The Patriots in the video did openly attempt and almost made an intercept with the missiles, but somehow the missiles were able to evade the Patriots and made it through to the airbase, of which here in a brief moment we'll start to see the explosions on the ground right there of the Iranian ballistic missiles that hit the base. and we're about to see one of the larger, more significant explosions, the one we believe caused the most damage, right here near to the end of this clip. Unfortunately, I believe I actually got the wrong clip here. One second, let me make sure to check, because there was one clip that showed, here it is. This is the clip that shows the large flash and explosion in the distance from an Iranian ballistic missile making impact with the ground. At that time, we were not entirely sure of the assessment or damage that we were getting, but we were able to see that the FIRM satellite, a NASA satellite, which tracks fire signatures and smoke signatures on the ground around the entirety of the planet, did start to report a little while after this attack that fires had started to emerge within the container housing units, or the COAs, within the northern part of the Muwaffaq salty airbase. The Muwaffaq salty airbase serves as a critical hub of operations for United States Armed Forces within Central Command's area of responsibility, again, for all operations within the Middle East. Here from this airbase, just within recent years, significant air operations have been conducted against ISIS forces in Syria, against Houthi forces in western Yemen, and of course against the Islamic Republic of Iran during the 12-day war and Midnight Hammer, and also the first and second phases of the war against Iran, which we're currently in at the moment. Based at this facility is a significant amount of U.S. forces, which are usually housed within these container housing units, which are called CHUs, or CHUs for short. I've actually spoken to an anonymous person who is serving in the armed forces and was actually present in this facility during one of the prior times that we were engaged in combatant actions with the Islamic Republic of Iran, and I was actually able to speak to them about the situation pertaining to this airbase. But before I get into further detail on that, I do want to get y'all to the unfortunate and tragic news of which we were able to hear today. I will read y'all the following statement from CENTCOM's area of responsibility. On July 17th, 2 U.S. service members in Jordan were killed in action as U.S. Central Command and partner forces defended against Iranian ballistic missiles and drone attacks. Additionally, 1 service member is currently missing. 4 American service members were medically evacuated to Jordanian hospitals. They have since been discharged. Other personnel who were evacuated, evaluated for minor injuries have returned to duty. Out of respect for the families, CENTCOM will withhold additional information, including the identities of the fallen soldiers, until 24 hours after the next of kin have been notified. Unfortunately, the situation is one that is a great tragedy, and at the moment we do not know the exact number of wounded. How many of them have been critically wounded, how many of them were minorly wounded and returned to service, but we do know that 2 U.S. soldiers have been killed in action, and 1 is missing as a result of the strike last night. I have to say that it's incredibly unfortunate to hear, and we will be disclosing the names of those who have fallen in the line of service of this republic here once the information is published, most likely within the next day. And we'll be making sure to list off their names and hopefully show their pictures on air tomorrow once that information is provided to the public. It's an incredibly unfortunate thing to hear that in the line of service for this nation, our brave men and women of this country have to sometimes lay down their lives in an ultimate sacrifice to see that hopefully the United States of America will be able to stand tall and keep our banner flying high every day against our adversaries and critical opponents like the Islamic Republic of Iran, which pose a grave threat not only to the safety of those who have just died last night, but to the safety of those many innocents in the millions that live here within this very country every day, sometimes unaware of the threat that is posed by these enemies and the sort of challenges that our brave men and women in this republic have to face down in their call to arms in support of this great nation. I also want to say that additionally, I have been able to speak to an anonymous person who actually was based here at the Muwaffaq Salty Air Base, and I've been able to hear that apparently the situation with bomb shelters at this facility is woefully under-equipped. I will not state the name of this person or their role or involvement in any U.S. military actions that have been seen prior by the United States, but according to this specific individual, they have stated that the situation in the Muwaffaq Salty Air Base is one that is not designed for protections against drone attacks or ballistic missiles, and largely most service members of the Republic see that they are generally left without any form of shelter or any form of ballistics protection or drone ballistics protection whenever there is an air alert at this base. Some of them are provided some forms of temporary bunkers or shelters, largely akin to machine gun pits that surround the container housing units, but there is largely no bomb shelters to be seen throughout the entirety entirety of the container housing unit section of the airbase, or largely the airbase in general. I have to say that that's something that's incredibly disheartening to hear, as it largely means that if Iranian ballistic missile or drone makes it through the perimeter at Muwaffaq Salti, we can generally assume that there will always be casualties and losses of U.S. forces as a result of the ineptitudes of higher leadership to be able to set out or build or construct over the past 3 years ballistic shelters and drone shelters here at the Muwaffaq Salti Air Base. But moving us on out of that information from an anonymous source that I was able to speak to today, we have also been able to hear of more breaking news of major strikes that are occurring within the Strait of Hormuz. So, Matthew, what do we got on that?
Okay, so we're seeing right now that apparently multiple strikes are taking place on Bandar Abbas right now, which I want to keep in mind for everybody. Bandar Abbas is largely isolated as of this point. Pretty much every major roadway that's leading into Bandar Abbas, most of them have been hit, and some of them have been completely knocked out completely. So Bandar Abbas is not as well connected as it used to be, and now they're under another large series of attacks tonight. Also, Qasem Island is being attacked once again as well. Apparently 2 large explosions on Qasem Island right now. So the U.S. is honing in once again tonight for several days in a row. They're honing in on the area right there where the Iranians try to shake down the ships that go through the Strait of Hormuz. So some people speculated, like we kind of did last night, it could be a preparation for a U.S. ground operation in that area. It could be a softening operation for something like that. But it's still not really clear what's going to happen in the future. But we are seeing some pretty large strikes right now. But that is the breaking news.
And we'll hopefully be getting further information to provide of y'all of video and picture evidence that we have been able to see out of the region at this moment from the actions that the U.S. Armed Forces are currently conducting within the Strait of Hormuz. Moving us on out of that breaking news, however, and back to the Muwaffaq Salti situation, we do have more news and information to provide on the situation that unfortunately has unfolded within the area. We were able to hear that around approximately 30 U.S. soldiers were injured in the attack, according to all Mayadeen reports. But I have to say that this is largely an approximated number. We do not know if it's higher or lower. This seems to be something of a running number that's been gone with today, but we do not know how accurate it really is. We've also been able to hear that at the same time at the Muwaffaq Salti Air Base, video evidence did come out from the facility along with pictures of the fires that had happened on the containerized housing units, or the CHUs, within this northern area of the base. And this picture was apparently taken only moments after the impact of an Iranian ballistic missile that unfortunately killed 2 U.S. service members last night at the Muwaffaq Salti Air Base. Additionally, we were also able to see further information as well, or reports from the containerized housing units, that initial reports were suggesting that the U.S. service members were killed in the containerized housing unit area during the strike. We also were able to see some pictures here of the containerized housing units as they existed at Muwaffaq Salti before the direct impact, and we can see here that the containerized housing units once again have largely no protections whatsoever. They're not supposed to. Generally, the idea is that usually at most bases where there's believed to be a ballistic missile threat or some sort of a bombing threat of bombs that are lobbed overhead down onto the base, that there usually be some sort of a shelter, a ballistic missile shelter, or some sort of a bomb shelter in general, to be able to provide safety to those service members at the base when the facility comes under attack. We do not know of hardly a single one, and from my talk today with some service member of the Air Force, it doesn't really appear that there are any to speak of here at this facility, which I have to say, folks, is a significant oversight, and we could see that casualties could be significantly mitigated by the rapid construction or procurement of bomb shelters at the Muwaffaq Salti Air Base and the many others that U.S. Armed Forces use throughout the region, as I'd say that it is generally something that is quite concerning to hear, that many of them are being put in harm's way, not because of an Iranian attack directly, but more so of a lack of a passive defense, like some sort of a bomb shelter. Also, Matthew, to make it clear, they're not in the area of operation currently. They were there a while ago. But moving us on.
Oh yeah, I'm just saying, generally speaking, like I'll be very hesitant to share that type of information. Not that it's not a secret or anything like that. Obviously, it's not. It's you can see that from satellite view too. But I would just be cautious with stuff like that.
But moving us on from that, we also were able to see that smoke was rising from the base today. These pictures were taken from the exterior of the base, we believe towards the east, looking west at the containerized housing units where the fire was continuing. We also were able to see the smoke rising in that picture as well. And lastly, from the Muwaffaq Air Base, we also were able to get more footage from the area surrounding the base, and also the fire in the aftermath of the strike from today. Here's another picture of the fire at the Muwaffaq Salty Air Base. Here's the one that we just saw a moment ago, and once again, largely a duplicate of the first picture, just a closer zoom in of the fire. At the moment, a lot of people are talking or largely questioning what exactly happened that led to these ballistic missiles making it through the air defenses and then on into the area of the Muwaffaq Salty Air Base. Before we move on into that question, though, or largely what the United States government is saying, we were able to hear that apparently, according to U.S. officials who spoke to the New York Times, the attack apparently damaged a number of helicopters, possibly at the Muwaffaq Salty Air Base overnight. And now getting us back into the question of how in the world did this exactly happen at the Muwaffaq Salty Air Base, as many of y'all will note, the ballistic missiles that we saw on film appear to have actually been able to make it through the Patriot air defenses and directly onto the airbase itself. We were able to generally hear that according to U.S. officials today, it seems that they're alleging that the People's Republic of China and the Russian Federation are providing them with targeting assistance, which is helping them to hit sensitive targets. And we also were able to hear the additional allegation that, according to U.S. officials who spoke to the Wall Street Journal, Iran is firing missiles that travel at extremely high speeds and can maneuver as they streak towards the Earth, possibly suggesting, at least as far as the United States is concerned, that the People's Republic of China or the Russian Federation apparently is providing some sort of additional assistance in the production, development, or procurement of hypersonic missiles, and also maneuverability or maneuverable capabilities for these missiles to make it much harder, if not impossible, for the United States of America to successfully intercept and shoot down these missiles. A lot of people are starting to talk about this very situation. And Matthew, what are people thinking about this, and what are you thinking about it as well?
Okay, so we are seeing that right now, as of today, as I try to get this poll to work with me right here. The question we've asked the audience is reports say that several U.S. soldiers are unfortunately deceased today, apparently 2 of them. Also, the barracks that were set up and also some Black Hawk helicopters are also allegedly destroyed in Jordan. And we did see last night, unfortunately, a fire signature right in the middle of the area of the containerized barracks that they have there at the base. So obviously a very unfortunate situation, and rest in peace to the soldiers, certainly. That's a very unfortunate situation. What are your thoughts about that? 41% said U.S. air defense is not working well, while 28% said it's merely an unfortunate incident, and 21% said Iran may have new targeting or a new missile system that's evading some of these defenses. And I would say that it's really not fair to say that U.S. air defense isn't working well, because the missiles that Iran's currently using, from what we can tell, appear to be going exo-atmospheric, and that those missiles could be possibly hypersonic as well. So they're very hard to intercept, these missiles are. So I would say I'm with the 21%. I think Iran may have a new targeting or missile system. I heard today that the U.S. is now accusing either China or Russia of supplying new information to Iran to target U.S. soldiers in the region. That could be a plausible story. We had heard before that China was giving targeting data to the Iranians to try to harm the soldiers in the region, and they might have expanded that possibly or given new missile technology. So I'm with the 22%. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say that I'm generally with a 41%. I think the U.S. air defenses are not working too well because the statements by the United States that the Iranians now have brand new advanced capabilities like hypersonics or possibly maneuverable hypersonics is not entirely new. We've known for a while here on the channel and have reported on the channel that the Islamic Republic of Iran does possess hypersonic missiles in the form of the Fata-1 and the Fata-2 hypersonic missiles, which we had already seen penetrating Israeli airspace and successfully hitting the Haifa refinery right here during the 12-day war last year, which let us have full confirmation that the Iranians did have hypersonic missiles that were well and truly capable of making it through conventional missile-based air defense systems, even larger caliber ones like the Patriot. That's generally why we have the Terminal High Altitude Air Defense System, the THAAD, is to be able to conduct exo-atmospheric interceptions against those sorts of missiles, usually when they're in their mid-course phase, and easier to strike or destroy at that point. Once they start to enter their terminal phase, which is generally where they start to pick up some greater amounts of speed, it becomes a lot harder for conventional air defense systems, if not impossible, for Patriots to be able to successfully shoot them down. We have seen that even Ukraine runs into problems shooting down the Russian Zircon hypersonic missile with Patriots with any amount of reliability because, once again, the missile is moving quite rapidly, and also with any limited amount of maneuverability designed in the missile, that can also throw off the interception apogee of the Patriots' incoming fire and could lead to the missile being able to make it through. So generally, that's not entirely new. As far as China providing information for the Islamic Republic of Iran to strike and hit U.S. forces, I also hate to tell y'all folks that at least in the situation with Muwaffaq Salty in that regards, that is more so a farce and trying to find some way to blame the situation on something else rather than our air defense not working or us not really having any air defenses that are proper for the threat in the area. The Muwaffaq Salty airbase is a stationary target. They're just sitting there. They're not moving. Intelligence that China provides to the Iranians and intelligence that we provide to Ukraine is usually things that are on the move. We take a satellite picture and we go, we see a brigade here, we see that their headquarters have moved there. We see this whole logistics deal going on over there, and we also see these vehicles by satellite right over there. You don't really need to conduct, say, like, super secret intelligence gathering and provisions to say, here are the containerized housing units that you can see on Google Maps. And there's the coordinates right there for them. I mean, you can literally plug that into a missile straight from Google Maps for the larger part and be able to start firing missiles right at a stationary target. It's really more so the threat that China could give information on mobile targets like a Patriot battery or a THAAD battery and exactly where they were at that hour at that day. That's largely the threat that's given. But for the Chew attack last night at Muwaffaq Salty, it's a stationary target. The Iranians could quite literally look at their very own maps inside of the Islamic Republic of Iran, put out the coordinates, put that into a missile, and send it on their way. Or they could use other forms of computers to calculate the distance to the target, the flight time, the Coriolis effect, and all the other factors, and then fire off that missile and send it on its way. So generally, I'd have to say that I think it was really just that the U.S. air defenses were not working all too well. Either the threats were too great for the Patriot to deal with, or it was just unfortunately that the Patriots had a bad night last night and they weren't able to intercept the missiles. But either way, I would say that it was more so a failure or an unfortunate failing of U.S. air defenses that led to the losses that we saw last night. But I hope that does address that the best I can, at least in my opinion. Hopefully we'll be able to see the U.S. air defenses do better, and maybe we can send another THAAD from Northcom into the Middle East to be able to try and conduct exoatmospheric interceptions on those hypersonics when they're the most vulnerable. Or maybe we can dock a destroyer right off the coast of Israel and have it fire SM-3s whenever it needs to if we see that a hypersonic is incoming, because SM-3s might be able to deal with that sort of a threat. But I hope that does address that the best we can, at least at the moment right now, on the situation, the unfortunate tragedy that has occurred within the Kingdom of Jordan overnight and the reports that we were able to get today. And once again, just to remind everyone, once we get the names and the faces of these service members, we will be making sure to mention them on air and, of course, give them their proper respects due to their unfortunate passing in the line of service. But moving us on from that, we also were able to hear that within the areas of Aleppo today, there appeared to have been some sort of clashes between different groups, different armed groups. We're not really going to be covering this one in great detail. It's largely out of the purview of the Iran war, which we're covering right now. But it appears there's been some sort of armed clashes within the Aleppo city area today, and we'll be trying to see if there's any real story to follow there outside of a sporadic armed clash. Additionally, the UKMTO also reported today that an incident has occurred 65 nautical miles south of Al-Makalla in Yemen, and military authorities have reported that the vessel was boarded by unauthorized personnel while transiting east in the Gulf of Aden. Military authorities have reported to the UKMTO that the vessel involved has been maneuvered into Somalian territorial waters, meaning that this was a Somali pirate hijacking of a ship, and they've now taken the crew and the vessel hostage. The UKMTO has reclassified this incident as a hijacking, and authorities are currently investigating. We're most likely going to be seeing that a hostage situation is going to be unfolding as the Somali pirates now hold the ship and the crew and have brought them into Somali waters, most likely to try and start negotiating some form of ransom for the safe release of the ship and also its crew. Moving us on out of that small detail, though, in the Gulf of Aden, and moving us back on up and into Kuwait, we were able to see quite an impressive video today of an M142 ATACMS, well, actually an M142 HIMARS, two of them firing off ATACMS missiles at the Islamic Republic of Iran. Here's that clip.
No one's supposed to fire.
Pretty impressive stuff. Outside of that, we also were able to hear that the Kingdom of Kuwait unfortunately came under a significant attack of its own today, and the Kuwaiti Academy of Security appears to have taken direct hit and was burning heavily earlier in the day. Moving us on from that clip, we also were able to see that further south, it appears that a major crude oil facility within Kuwait has also been hit, as satellite photography showed that the National Petroleum Company North Pier crude oil export facility at the Mina Al Ahmadi hub in Kuwait appears to have been hit and is on fire. This hub actually accounts for 90% of Kuwait's export capabilities, meaning that Iran has hit a critical economic target within the Kingdom of Kuwait today and has largely caused somewhat serious damage to it from what we could see by satellite. We also were able to hear that apparently during this attack, it seems that a power plant may have also been hit, and a desalination plant within the area, which also happens to account for 90% of the country's water supply, also took some sort of a direct hit as well, and we're not entirely sure if the plant is still operational or not. But here is the clip of the fire in the distance near to this port facility. A lot of people really are starting to talk about this strike right here that we were able to see on this desalination plant and power plant in Kuwait. And we were able to see that these sorts of strikes were also conducted in the first phase of the war as well, primarily against Kuwait. We're now seeing that they're happening again a second time around, and it does seem that the Islamic Republic of Iran is now going out of its way to attack critical civil infrastructure within Gulf state nations like the Kingdom of Kuwait. If this desalination plant and this oil export port truly did take significant damage and were knocked out today, not only did Kuwait lose 90% of its economic activity via its oil exports for an indeterminate amount of time, but they've also lost possibly 90% of the supplied drinking water to the population of the entire kingdom as well in the course of a single strike within a single day. And a lot of people are talking about those strikes right now. So, Matthew, what are people thinking about that? And what are you thinking about that as well?
Okay, so we did predict the other night that now that Iran's claiming, and this has not been proven whatsoever, but Iran was claiming yesterday, just 24 hours ago, that the U.S. had allegedly struck a desalination plant inside of Iranian territory. And we said last night that's likely going to be a justification that Iran's going to use for, better or worse against the Gulf states. And sure enough, today we've seen the second Kuwaiti water desalination plant get hit. And that's a problem because Kuwait relies heavily on desalination to have their drinking water for the people, and it's about 90% of Kuwait's drinking water is from those desalination plants. So that's a major weakness right there. If Iran decides to start hitting that, that's significant. So it looks like about 75% of the audience said Iran will start worse strikes soon and probably hit more of those water plants, while 10% said Iran will remain hesitant on that because they know it's going to result in some pretty bad retaliation, and 10% said it's a 50-50 chance of it worsening. And on this one, I would have to say that unfortunately, I think Iran's going to keep going for this. As the war gets more and more heated up and Iran starts getting hit left and right like they are tonight, I think they're going to naturally start to escalate on the infrastructure, the civil infrastructure inside the Gulf states, which we just seen here with this desalination plant getting hit. And also, they could expand their attacks to Israel, although we have heard some rumors that Israel might jump into the conflict very soon on behalf of the United States and possibly start striking the Iranians directly. That's not known for a fact right now, but that could be happening soon. So, unfortunately, I'm with a 74%. I think Kuwait's in great danger at this point. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would say that Kuwait is a great danger at this point. I think that further strikes like these are going to be conducted against most, if not all, Gulf states here within the future. And I have to say, folks, that I'm generally not one for this sort of a proposition, but considering that the Islamic Republic of Iran is now going to be trying to conduct crimes against humanity in the midst of this war against innocent bystander nations, I think that the United States should issue an official warning, something along those lines. Oh, well, these lines. The Islamic Republic of Iran conducted an attack on a desalination plant and a power plant last night within the Kingdom of Kuwait. The United States so far has refrained from such strikes within the Islamic Republic of Iran and abidance with the Geneva Convention and also international law pertaining to human rights. However, in the light light of these sorts of strikes against the Kingdom of Kuwait, the United States of America will issue this warning, and this one only, that if further power plants and desalination plants are hit within Gulf states, the United States will conduct reciprocal strikes at twice a greater value against the Islamic Republic of Iran in similar regard, in retaliation for any such further strikes that are conducted against such critical infrastructure throughout the entirety of the Middle East. I think that that sort of a warning should be issued, and it should be followed to the letter if the Iranians hit something like this again, because while I'm largely in favor of not conducting absolutely brutal actions in conflict, I will say that when a country starts to make it incredibly clear that they are willing to conduct crimes against humanity and they are going to start conducting them against innocent bystander nations in this conflict, then we have every bit of full justification to conduct reciprocal attacks against the Islamic Republic of Iran in that extent, in that regard. And it should be made incredibly clear to them that unless if they want their country deprived of water and power, then they should refrain from such attacks against innocent bystander nations within the Gulf states if they do not want to see that fate befall upon them equally in measure.
Yeah, yeah. Man, that was a very abrupt stop right there. I was like, yeah, yeah.
Oh well, I mean, I thought it was a nice rounding out there, but beyond that though, I would have to say that I'm with the 74%. But I also think that the United States should give a full blown warning to the Iranians in that sort of a sense, in that regard, to make it clear that if they do any such further actions, it's not going to end well for them. But with that, I hope that does address that well, at least in my opinion. And with that, before we move on into the rest of the news that we have for the night, as we've actually covered largely all of the Middle Eastern news, and we're actually going to be moving on into the major news that's also come out of Ukraine as well today, I do want to make sure to take a brief moment to thank each and every single one of y'all who has been here so far tonight. We have seen that at the peak tonight, there were 31,300 people here, and 180,000 people have watched this stream within its first hour. I have to say that we're entirely honored and greatly appreciative to know that many of y'all have come here tonight to be able to listen to the news of what's going on in the Middle East and around the world, and I hope that we've been able to give a great deal of coverage, news, and analysis on the situation, and also give a little bit, shed a little bit of light, at least on the general broader situation that's unfolding in the Middle East in great detail. Before we move on into the war in Ukraine, however, and all of the major developments that are also going on in that conflict, I do want to make sure to take a brief moment to get 3 questions from the chat and to get to talk to some of y'all, at least for a brief while, before we move on into the rest of that news. But make sure to stick around, folks, because the Ukraine war has also had major developments throughout the course of the day as well. But Matthew, what do we got?
All right, so jumping into our super chat questions, we are going to get our first 3 of them and then get right back to the big breaking news of the night. We do have a $100 support from General Feld Marshall, and thank you very much, Mr. Marshall, for that $100 support. We do appreciate that very, very much. I said, enforcers, can you comment on ordnance usage? And with the large volume of guided munitions being burned through daily in the Iran conflict, how long will it take to be replaced? And how serious is this munition replacement issue? And go long RTX and LLT-LSA and Slava Ukraine.
And long live the Lee Spring Army and Slava Ukraini. And that is a very interesting question as far as ordnance usage. We are burning through a significant amount of ordnance every single day in the war against Iran, but from what we understand this time around, the ordnance consumption is far more reasonable and is being done a lot more wisely, at least from what we could tell in the here and the now. It seems that we're using cheaper guided munitions or guided missiles such as Hellfires for a large number of targets, and we are also using small diameter bombs, GBUs, and other forms of guided ordnance, but much on the cheaper and far more voluminous end, to be able to conduct our strikes currently against the Iranian coastal forces. This is a far more sustainable campaign and also makes sure that our strategic stores of high-end guided weaponry, like JASSMs and others, are able to be preserved for possible conflicts that we may run into with the People's Republic of China or the Russian Federation at some point in the future, which is incredibly important for us to keep in mind that while we are in this war right now, this nation will survive to see another day and will live to fight another day, and we need to make sure that our armed forces are ready and prepared for those wars whenever they might be coming around the corner. Hopefully they never do, but if they do, we will be ready. As Lord Horatio Nelson said, if you want peace, prepare for war, and the United States Armed Forces always has to be prepared for all of the possible conflicts we may be engaged in any corner of the globe. So right now we understand that the highest consumption, at least at our best ballpark estimate, is generally of GBU Qs, or JDAMs. These are basically dumb bombs that have had a glide kit or a guidance kit mounted onto them, and they're able to be laser guided onto a target. Usually, whenever y'all watch the CENTCOM footage and y'all see that pinging little laser light hitting the target, that's usually the laser designator, and the bomb is flying in with its little glide kit to hit right onto that little laser blip that keeps popping up on the target over and over. That's generally what we've been using the largest number of, but there has been an intermittent use of critically endangered weapon systems, as we would call them, which are the Tomahawk cruise missiles and also some limited numbers of guided munitions like the JASSM. We actually have not seen any real proof of JASSMs being used or any of the other higher end, limited number, and incredibly expensive guided ordnances rather than the Tomahawk, which is also a promising sign because we generally do not need to expend those any farther. We've already heard from some reports from U.S. officials that the stocks of those weapons are critically low, and we do not want to see that those are completely depleted. They're very important for our armed forces in the opening phases of a conflict, and we don't want to burn them all against the Islamic Republic of Iran. While they're definitely a major adversary, and they are giving us one hell of a fight right now, they are the smallest fry that we could go up against in the actual world we live in right now. Of the major three opponents, the Islamic Republic of Iran, the Russian Federation, and China, Russia, which is a very weak country in the modern day, could actually give us a bit of a run for our money, at least in the opening month of a conflict, if we went to war with them today. China would really be a pretty significant opponent, especially considering we'd be basically fighting on their own home ground in East Asia or the East China Sea and the Philippine Sea. That would be one hell of a fight, and we always need to make sure that we are ready for those fights, which are far more difficult than Iran is, because Iran is probably the easiest fish to fry of the three large ones we have on the menu right now. But a huge thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep running. I hope that addresses that well with the kind of knowledge and information that we have on that topic at the moment. But I also want to make it clear, take it with a grain of salt, because we don't know entirely everything, and we're largely working off of this information to give that analysis right now off of what we've been seeing the United States using in the strikes over the past 8 days, which is just the video and picture evidence that's been put out and doesn't really give a full representation of the situation or our munitions usage in extreme detail. But a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep them running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to none other than Carlos Santiago. And thank you very much, Carlos, for that $100 support as well. And we do appreciate that generous support. He said, if we take control of the Hormuz Strait, we may have to take control of the Bab al-Mandab Strait in the Red Sea from the Houthis and Somalis. And once the Iranians give the order to block shipping there in response.
I would generally agree that the Bab el-Mandeb is a considerable issue to deal with, but I feel like at the moment we could deal with that, at least in the here and now, with a containment campaign rather than a ground invasion campaign where we have to physically wipe them out. Because while I'm in heavy agreement that we do need to wipe the Houthis out because they're sitting on top of a major shipping lane, we really can't do that right now, at least, because that would be tying up critical manpower and equipment that we might need to fight Iran. So what we could do is that we could get a couple of Arleigh Burkes, possibly from UCOM, there's a couple still roaming around there right now, and send them down into the Red Sea and have them conduct patrols through the Bab el-Mandeb to stop any Houthi attacks. That's generally what was done in 2024, during the Biden administration, when the Houthis started their original blockade, which started under that administration, and the Trump administration continued on the very same sort of a framework in the earlier part of 2025 when that was still a major issue. So I would generally say that a containment policy of just stopping attacks and generally stopping also them sailing out into the Red Sea and hijacking or blowing up any ships would probably be our best approach right now. It's not resource consumptive to an extreme, and it's also not tying up vital manpower against the Houthis, and allows for us to direct most of our actions against Iran. And if the Houthis somehow survive maybe the collapse of the Islamic regime, which I would hope for still at this point, after the fact, then we could possibly start to deal with them then, and hopefully with a multinational coalition of Gulf states in the area, particularly Saudi Arabia, to be able to really help us out on the ground and make sure to seat the Republic of Yemen as the legitimate government throughout the entirety of their country once more, and bring the bloody civil war in Yemen to a final end, and remove all of the Iranian influence from the country as well. So a big thanks to you for the incredible support, Carlos Santiago, and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it was not for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible. We wouldn't be able to keep it running, and we wouldn't be able to keep this news rolling each and every single day. So tremendous thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we are on to the last question of the segment, and then we're going to be moving on to the rest of the news for the night. So Matthew, what do we got?
All right, so this one's going to go to Tom S. LSA, and thank you very much, Tom S., for that $75 support, and we do appreciate that as well. He said, "Thank you, enforcers. Long live the LSA, and please take one from the chat."
And a big thanks to you for that incredible support, Tom S. LSA. And I gotta say, a big thanks to you for enjoying the channel and being a part of it for so long. It's folks like you who go out of their way to support this channel and help it to keep on running that make this thing possible. This stream is run ad-free and sponsor-free for 1,606 days, and thanks to all the amazing folks who go out of their way to support a channel that they don't have to support, we've been able to keep this thing ad-free and sponsor-free for 1,606 days, and have been able to keep this news as accurately reported and accurately analyzed and cited as possible, thanks to the amazing crowdfunding of folks like you in the Lee Spring Army. And so, humongous thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. Long live the Lee Spring Army, and we will make sure to take one from the live chat. So, what do we got?
All right, so the one from the live chat goes to Mark, and Mark said, we didn't used to negotiate with terrorists in the United States, and my question is, what changed? And thanks in LSA. Honestly, they should keep to that policy, really. Like, that was actually a solid policy. If a country operates like a terrorist regime, like Iran clearly does, they use proxy forces to terrorize innocent civilians. Literally, even when the war was not on, they were doing that. So when a country delves down to levels like that and does it on a routine basis, I mean, that's not a good place to start negotiating from, to say the least. And you also can't trust them either to actually hold to a negotiation. You can't trust them. So what changed is basically that was a U.S. political position that changed, because really we shouldn't be negotiating with terrorists in the United States. But Enforcer, what say you?
I don't think we should be negotiating with terrorists either here in the United States. Really, that started with the Doha Accords of, I believe it was, if I'm not mistaken, 2019. That was the one that agreed for the U.S. to withdraw, and it was an agreement that we made directly with the Taliban that they would stop their attacks. We should have never legitimized any terrorist organizations by negotiating with them and signing treaties with them as if they are some sort of an existing governmental body. That should have never been conducted in 2019, and that certainly should not have been continued into the modern day. I believe that negotiating with terrorists doesn't really produce anything fruitful, and while generally fighting terrorists is an incredibly long and drawn-out affair, and generally an expensive one, it's either that or we negotiate with them and they stab us in the back and we end up getting screwed over because we believe that terrorists were ever a reasonable group to be negotiated with in the first place, which of course they're clearly not. So I would have to say I don't really know why in the world it is acceptable in the modern day for the U.S. government to negotiate with terrorists and give them a position of legitimacy in doing so, because it's not producing any good for us in anywhere that I've seen, whether it be Afghanistan, Iran, or elsewhere within the Middle East or around the entirety of the world, and it only puts us in a negative position and also makes it look like we're being taken for fools. The U.S. started in our national history with not negotiating with terrorists. We went to war with the first terrorist that we ever engaged in the world in the early 1800s, in 1801, against the Barbary pirates and the Corsairs of North Africa, and that was the whole reason that the U.S. Navy ever really came into full being after the Revolutionary War, was to fight terrorists. We did not negotiate with them, we destroyed them. And I believe that that is a very important sort of a principle to continue in the modern day, is that the United States of America, being an elected democratic representation of a government, does not negotiate with authoritarian, hard-handed terrorists that conduct acts of terror and crimes against humanity to be able to achieve their goals and objectives around the world. Those people we do not negotiate with. They'll be lucky if they even get due process in a U.S. court. But a big thanks to you so much for the support and help this channel to keep on running and sponsoring our live chat, Tom S. LSA, because it is folks like you who help to make this channel possible and help us to keep this thing running. And so with that, folks, it is time for us to move on out of the Middle East. We'll, of course, be returning back to it intermittently whenever we get breaking news from the area, but we now have to move north to another major war, which is still embroiling the entirety of Eastern Europe, the war in Ukraine, and the major developments that have come out of this war today. As many of you all will know, the wild berries distribution facility in the town of Elektrostal, just to the east of Moscow, is still on fire at this moment right now. We have been able to see that this fire is unbelievable. Here is the view from space of the fire and the smoke plume that's currently enveloping not only the Moscow Oblast, but also the city of Serpukov and going all the way down to
Wow.
Kaluga.
Yeah, it's crazy, right? It's basically covering up basically the entire southern part of Moscow completely, and then like hundreds of miles away. That's wild.
Let me measure to y'all really quickly from Elektrostal to Kaluga how far that is. Here is the wild berries distribution facility, so we're going to measure the distance from there. And here's the town of Kaluga. That is 120 miles away that this smoke plume is reached. And this is not an oil fire. Oil fires reach even farther. They usually reach hundreds of miles, usually 300 miles across the Russian Federation whenever they're started. But this fire, which is not even an oil fire, has already spread 120 miles and is covering quite literally the entirety of South Moscow, all the way down into the Kaluga Oblast, with a thick veil of toxic smoke. To give you all an idea of the scale of the fire, this was a Russian Ministry of Emergency Services helicopter that was attempting to drop water on the fire today, and you can see the bucket and all of its water being deposited below, and the scale of the helicopter, within a tiny blip of the smoke that's currently billowing from the Wild Berries distribution facility from this day. The footage that we've gotten from the Wild Berries facility is short of apocalyptic. We were able to see this clip here showing us what it looks like from afar.
Wow, it's like a volcano. It almost looks like an oil depot on fire.
It really does. And what's even crazier, folks, is that once the smoke reaches a certain altitude, we're believing like 5,000 feet or so, it apparently reaches a level of the atmosphere where it kind of levels out, much like fallout, really, and then it just is carried by the winds further down towards the southwest, which is currently where it's heading right now, towards Kaluga. The smoke is so thick that in most parts of it, whenever the sun is trying to shine through it, you cannot even see the sun through this layer of smoke. Whatever it's made of, it's literally blanketing this entire area of Russia like a giant blanket, several thousand feet up in the air, and hardly a bit of light is able to actually get through this cloud cover, the smoke plume cover, and down to the ground below. The only light in here is from the sides of the cloud that's being able to bleed through. We also were able to see, additionally, the Russian Emergency Services, Ministry of Emergency Services helicopter trying to put out the fire. Also, sorry for the loud music that keeps popping up in every single clip. I don't know what it is, but the Russians like watching their own distribution facilities burn to the sound of music.
Jeez. That ain't doing nothing right there. It's like
No.
dropping a little drop on the thing. Look at that. Looks like an ant flying by.
It's unbelievable. Like, no, there's no firefighting effort that's going to be able to fix this. This is basically a wildfire at this point. They just have to hope for rain or no winds and just hope that the thing eventually burns out on its own, because this is well beyond anyone's control right now inside of Russia. We also were able to see another clip showing the Wild Berries facility once again by another satellite view right here, which is once again showing us the major fire that's still billowing there. And we also were able to see war clips taken from citizens in the nearby town of Elektrostal, once again showing us the fire. And we'll be muting that because there's music in the car.
Everybody that's filming this fire right here seems to. Oh, look, man, he's flexing the Rolly or whatever the hell that was. Some kind of expensive watch right there. He's driving what appears to be maybe like a higher end Mercedes right here. I mean, a lot of people filming this sure do have nice vehicles.
Well, this is Moscow, Matthew. This is the nicest part of Russia, after all. They have nice things here, but I think they're not going to be having that many nice things anymore with how this fire has continued to burn. Apparently, from what we were able to hear from Robert Magyar and other members of the Ukrainian armed forces, this attack was not really intended to cause major strategic damage. It was meant to be more so a signal of the end times, quite literally, for the Russian Federation and the citizens of Moscow to have a visual beacon, basically, of fire and smoke to look at, and know that the war was not really going in their favor. So they generally avoided hitting civilian targets outright, and they hit a logistics target, but it really wasn't intended to cause major strategic or logistics damage. It was more so meant to have a psychological effect. This is the first time we've ever documented a Ukrainian attack having a primary intention of a psychological impact on the surrounding population. Usually, the psychological impact is secondary. It's usually primarily the strategic impact that the Ukrainian drone forces are looking for. But this time around, that was not the case. And just further north in Nagorsk, we did get to see that one strike did have some strategic value to it, because an oil depot was also burned right north of the highway from the Wild Berries facility in the town of Nagorsk, just north of Elektrostal. Here's that clip. Not as large as the Wild Berries fire, but this one's probably more strategically valuable. I also don't know what this guy was trying to do. Bro, tweaker climbing the allotment yard. Bro, I don't know what that is.
Man, it's a taxi sitting there with a dude standing on a pallet looks like he's trying to climb onto the roof or whatever this is over here. I don't know what the hell's going on over here, but Russia business, I guess.
Oh, by the way, you know something I didn't even notice because of the tweaker trying to climb the allotment building is that you can actually see the fire down on the Wild Berries facility over there.
Yeah, that is something else. Also, by the way, for everybody asking, what started the wild berries fire is the Russians fired tracers and cannon fire into it. Like they hit the building like with multiple salvos of their cannon fire because they were trying to shoot down an incoming Ukrainian projectile that was heading for the facility, and the Russians ended up causing their own situation. So they're it's believed to be they could be the ones that burned it down. It might not even be the Ukrainian drone that blew the thing down.
Actually, that's a different wild berries. That wild berries where the air defense fire flew into the building was actually down at Tambov because that was the wild berries facility near to the city of Katovsk, from what we were hearing
That's what I'm
then.
talking about.
Well, this fire though is at Elektrostal in Moscow, so like I didn't hear of a fire down there at the one in Tambov. I think this is a totally different wild berries of which we speak.
Yeah, with the wild berries that we see that's burning down to the ground, creating that huge smoke plume and stuff like that. That one was caused by Russian cannon fire. That's what I'm saying.
No, no, the Russian air defense didn't fire into this one. This was hit by a Ukrainian drone. It was the one down in Tambov that was hit by air defense fire. That's a whole different wild berries. Two of them were hit yesterday. One by air defense fire down in Tambov, and this one by a Ukrainian drone.
Uh-huh.
But moving us on from that, we also were able to see the tweaker and the oil depot fire continuing to burn.
Бля, я чувствую, пизда сейчас будет. Сильнее разгорается, да?
Moving us on from that clip of the oil depot fire, however, and moving us on out of Elektrostal and the area of Noginsk, we also were able to hear that within Moscow City, it appears that they're preparing for a new mobilization of 500,000 men for the fall. This is the fall mobilization that's coming around. This isn't the Russians getting ready for the Third World War, by the way. They have a normal spring and fall mobilization schedule that they conduct every year, where they draft several 100,000 men into the Russian army to serve a tenure of 1 year each, and every single year they have 2 of these. So this isn't really anything that's out of the norm. It's just that 500,000 new men will be drafted in the fall as normal. Some are planned to be thrown into battle in the first 2 weeks to plug holes in the east, according to Kovalenko, and others will be prepared from a month for the potential opening of a new direction of the front. This is a plan of the Russian Federation. Once again, all of this according to Kovalenko. We will have a very busy fall and winter, and we will need to survive in very difficult infantry battles in which people, drones, cabs, and other tools of murder will come together. So that was largely the statements by the armed forces of Ukraine about the upcoming fall mobilization and the possibility of the use of those conscripts to be able to continue the fight in Ukraine. We've also been able to see another clip, one more clip actually, from South Moscow showing the smoke plume from the Wildberries fire at Elektrostal covering the city. Looks like the back rooms.
That is crazy. It almost looks like a thunderstorm or something rolling in.
I don't even know what that looks like. You know what it kind of looks like? It looks like this is a diorama that they built on a shelf. And like there was like the backdrop, and then that's the roof of the room that they're in. Honestly, it looks bizarre.
Yeah, it looks insane.
Man, mental even. I mean, absolutely insane. And meanwhile, while a lot of people are looking at this unbelievable sky here, here's another clip of it that we'll show. While we're showing this clip, a lot of people are talking about these strikes that are intended to shatter Russia's sense of normalcy, according to Magyar and other members of the Ukrainian government. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that? And what are you thinking about it as well?
All right. So these strikes that we're seeing so far that Ukraine's conducting here, what seems to be moving on just beyond military targets, it appears to be moving on to possibly distribution hubs and other places like that. It appears to be like they're moving on. So that's quite a notable shift right there. And we're hearing some of the Ukrainian representatives say that they're doing that intentionally to shatter Russia's sense of normalcy. So that way the Russian civilians, who are generally largely insulated to the war that's going on in Ukraine, they'll start to realize how bad the war is and maybe want to bring it to an end. So what are your thoughts about that? 78% said I agree with it. It is necessary, while 8% said I'm on the fence about it, and 8% said I disagree with this. It's not ethical or it's not abiding by the rules of war. And I'll be honest, folks, on this one, I'm a little bit on the fence. I'm actually with the 8% on this one because hitting distribution centers That's a little bit different because these right here aren't technically military targets unless the Ukrainians can prove that they're being used for military purposes. And so far, we've not seen any concrete proof of that. And also, the statement about shattering Russia's sense of normalcy, that is suggesting that it's really not of a military purpose to a large degree. So while I understand where they're coming from, this certainly will shatter Russia's sense of normalcy because now they won't be able to get their normal deliveries in this area that this distribution center was apparently servicing. That will definitely cause a ripple effect throughout the Russian civilian population. I'm not sure if it technically abides by the rules of war. I'm going to play that one fairly there and be honest about that instead of trying to pretend like it's just all hunky-dory because I'm not totally sure if it really is all that way. But Ukraine is doing it, though, and clearly they were successful in hitting it, definitely. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would say generally, folks, I'm against the idea of just conducting attacks to make the people of Russia feel it. Generally, we don't try and conduct wars where we're just trying to make people suffer. And generally, I don't really think any country should. With what I was saying earlier in the Middle East about the desalination plant attacks, it's conducting, generally, at least in the conventional sense, mutually assured destruction. If a desalination plant is hit in Kuwait, we'll hit one in Iran to be able to try and deter the Iranians from continuing to conduct crimes against humanity. But I'm generally not a humongous fan of the state of Ukraine or really any armed force going out of their way to conduct attacks purely for psychological effect to try and put fear or terror into a population of another country. Strategically, that doesn't really work that well either, to be entirely frank with y'all. Historically, examples of anyone conducting acts of brutality or trying to conduct acts of terror against a population don't really do anything to demoralize them. They only embolden them further to rally around and support their operational government. However, the claim that the Ukrainians used to justify the attack, which has circled around a little bit, but not a whole lot today, is that they allege that these distribution facilities used by this certain company are actually used to supply dual-purpose goods that the Russian Federation's armed forces use, and therefore that's the reason why they hit the facility. That has certainly not been put out today hardly at all. That's been a statement that's been more so in the background than the foreground statement of we hit it for psychological purposes, which is to shatter the Russian sense of normalcy. But if they leaned heavier into this distribution facility is used for the distribution of dual purpose goods or military goods, then it is a strategically viable target to hit and destroy. However, if you lean heavily on the emphasis of it's just a shock factor strike to put fear into the Russian people, it generally starts to enter something more akin to a crime against, well, not really a crime against humanity, more of a war crime generally. And of course,
Yeah.
framing matters importantly with that sort of stuff. I know a lot of people are going to say that's just semantics. Framing is very important with why you conduct attacks and strikes and why that was done.
Yeah, I'll be honest. Like one part of me has a problem saying that this might not be justified because I'll be honest, folks. After seeing the brutality of the Russians on the Ukrainian population, Russia doesn't hold back. Like they hit civilian stuff all the time, and there's largely not much outcry about it. So on one hand, I'm a part of me wants to say, get even with the Russians, and Ukraine doing this right here would be justified. But that's my personal opinion, though, and that doesn't necessarily always hold up to the scrutiny of the rules of war. So if we're saying that Russia's committing war crimes by striking civilian infrastructure, and then Ukraine starts reciprocating that by hitting civilian infrastructure inside of Russia, it's like at some point, it's a tough one because I mean, at what point do we say Russia is like attacking civilians nonstop inside of Ukraine? So is Ukraine expected to have their hands tied behind their back the whole time and simply take it, or can they strike back and actually do something about it of a reciprocal nature? I just don't know.
And with that in mind, while we generally bat around whether this is a legitimate strike or not, which I'd also have to generally agree with Matthew, I'm kind of up in the air on that. It really matters about their framing and justification for the strike, which I'm not really satisfied with. We're just trying to freak out the Russian citizens. That's not really a good justification. Outside of that, we were able to just get a brand new announcement of a conclusion of strikes by Central Command at this moment live on air. And we have been able to hear that the report came out. The U.S. Central Command completed another round of strikes against Iran on July 18th at 11:30 p.m. Eastern Time at the Commander-in-Chief's direction. During the 8th consecutive night of U.S. strikes, CENTCOM forces successfully hit Iranian military coastal surveillance and air defense facilities facilities, maritime capabilities, and missile and drone storage sites to continue degrading Iranian military capabilities. American military assets also targeted Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps forces that launched attacks against U.S. service members in Jordan on July 17th. More than 50,000 U.S. men and women in uniform are operating across the Middle East. They remain highly vigilant, focused, lethal, and ready. And we also were able to see some fresh footage from CENTCOM showing these actions that were conducted on board the carrier strike groups. We see them here doing some paperwork for the bombs, which they were loading on one of the Super Hornets and then launching it off the deck. You can also see them firing a couple of additional Tomahawk cruise missiles at targets as well. And the strikes themselves on the Iranian forces. What is that? That
It
is
looks like the entrance to a cave or something, or is that a vehicle sitting there?
that looks to be a Volvo front loader. Let me put that in here really quickly. Let me see here if I can get you all that. Let me find the larger one because it's definitely one of the larger ones. So y'all see the vehicle right here because I won't be able to show y'all this full screen in a second. Y'all see that little hump at the back, the cab in the center, and what appears to be the front stub, which cuts off pretty quickly, and it looks like there's a little blur in front of it. That looks to me to be one of the larger Volvo front loaders, like one of these right here. So it looks like it's construction equipment that was brought in to possibly clear out a caved-in tunnel entrance, and the U.S. went and hit it and destroyed it to be able to deprive them from digging out the tunnel entrance, so denial or access denial.
Yeah, it could be. They definitely got it good, that's for sure.
And we can also see them hitting what appears to be an excavator as well, which was over here. It was also hit. And we see the excavator getting hit a second time. And then we can see some sort of it looked to be a mobile radar of some sort. I'm not really sure if that's an air search or surface search radar, also getting hit as well in this footage. Not really a lot of footage coming out from CENTCOM today. It was fairly brief, but it is showing us some of the strikes that were just conducted against the Islamic Republic of Iran, and the U.S. is announcing that the actions have concluded. But to make it clear to everybody, that does not mean that this is the end of the strikes for the day. We're probably going to be hearing of more strikes coming out probably within the next 20 minutes, because every single time they announce an end of strikes, the new wave of strikes begins right afterwards. But moving us on from all of that, it's now time for us to return on back into the war in Ukraine. And moving us on back into Ukraine and into the area of Kyiv, we were able to hear reports on the situation with Fedorov. Sources cited by ZM says Mikhailo Fedorov may be offered a powerful coordinating role for Ukraine's military technology. A Washington-based sources say partners expect him to accept. Replacing Commander-in-Chief Oleksandr Syrskyi is also being discussed as well inside of Ukraine. We don't really have a lot more updates on this, and of course we could give a lot of conjecture about what's going on with that situation, but for now we're just going to keep it purely to the facts of who's being removed, who's staying in place, what the official statements are, and generally cut out a lot of the extra filler, if we want to call it that, on that general situation with Fedorov, Syrskyi, and the upper Ukrainian command. But moving us on out of that and on into the Sumy direction, we also were able to see the Ukrainian armed forces conducting significant frontline operations today against the Russian armed forces. But before we move on into all of this footage from the front lines, I actually want to take a minute to move us down south and into the rest of the strikes that were conducted inside of southern Russia and also Crimea throughout the day before we get directly onto the front lines. Moving us on over into Stavropol and just north of Stavropol at Mykolaiv, we were able to see that an oil depot has been hit and is burning again after successful strikes overnight.
Oh, wow.
It's beautiful, please. Moving aside from that clip, we also were able to hear that unfortunately a little critter crashed today in Krasnodar, and apparently the pilot was unfortunately killed. Some of y'all are wondering, why did I call it a little critter? Well, it's an Mi-2. Y'all ever seen an Mi-2 before? An Mi-2 helicopter? Have you ever seen one, Matthew?
I'll probably have eventually.
Well, here it is, a little critter.
Yeah, that's an ugly looking thing right there. That's maybe one tier above that ugly Iranian thing that's built out of plywood.
Man, honestly, like this little critter is an ugly thing. But it is heavily used in a lot of post-Soviet countries. I believe the Ukrainians still use some of these, and the Polish do as well, because they were a very common helicopter during the times of the Cold War and the Warsaw Pact generally. So there's still a lot of these around. But one of these crashed today within Krasnodar, which ended up killing the pilot. Very unfortunate that he crashed while piloting a critter. But moving us on from that and into the Sea of Azov, we also were able to see that significant Ukrainian drone attacks were underway with approximately 300 drones today, with particular emphasis on attacks within the Sea of Azov, the Black Sea, and Crimea. And we also were able to get footage from the state of Ukraine of those attacks within the Black Sea against some of those fresher tankers over this day. Let's take a look at the footage. Oh, look, they started off with a nice tug. I had to do it. I had to do it, folks. I had to do it again tonight. But we also were able to see more of the tankers getting hit within the Black Sea. Most of these are either heading to the port of Novorossiysk or the oil port of Taman. And a lot of them are getting hit before they make it to either.
Number 167. That's
6-7.
insane when you really think about it. That's a hell of a lot of ships. There's 168. They're just taking them out so fast. It's just hard to believe. Like, it's like, how many ships does Russia have just to keep like sending back out over and over and over? It's like these have to get repaired, I would imagine. They're not just sending out crappy, like, torn up ships. They can't keep running them.
I don't think so. I don't think they have many left, man. I mean, like, I think Russia has like maybe 1,000 ships at sea, like cargo ships of any sizable note. So, I mean, the Ukrainians have already eaten through like 17% of them, if we're going off of that number.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Yeah, that's a whole lot of them. Also, we moved on from 167, 6767, to 169. Nice. Y'all get the jokes. When you see them here hitting the superstructure. And number 170, we don't have a meme for that one. And now the video replays again. But quite a lot of hits in the Black Sea overnight. The Sea of Azov is quite literally abandoned at this point. It's such a dangerous place that the number of ships that were in the Sea of Azov went from all of this is the amount of them on July 7th, 6767. And then we were able to see that the next bit that we got, which was from the 12th of July, this was all that was left by then. Notice the major difference. And then by July 18th, this is all that's left. This little number of ships. The anchorages have been completely cleared out, transits are largely no longer allowed, and the very few vessels that are there have been there the entire time for the most part, and are trying to make their way either to the Don River or out through the Kerch. But moving us on from that, we also were able to see, quite interestingly, that the oil depot in Feodosia has also been hit again. Crazily enough, there's still beachgoers in Crimea. There's literally no power, there's no water, yet people are still hitting that beach. They said, we might be starving, but that beach be calling my name. And moving us on out of that news to show y'all how badly the electrical infrastructure is doing, we were able to see more substations getting hit throughout all of Crimea.
More outages, I guess. I mean, it can't hurt.
Man,
It
it
actually
can't
will
hurt.
hurt.
And we see them hitting some of the electrical substations throughout the area. Just look at them go. It's beautiful, you know? Watching the Ukrainians hit electrical substations is a very relaxing sort of thing. You could really put some nice music to this and say, Ukrainian electrical substation attacks to study to, or something along those lines. Maybe someone needs to get on that out there.
Notice we aren't getting a whole bunch of updates out of Crimea, like the day-to-day updates about the civil unrest. Those are starting to sort of like go by the wayside a little bit. Not totally sure why that is. I'm not sure if it's maybe an internet problem because we had heard that mobile data was apparently having a problem in some areas of Crimea. Not really sure, but it's going a little bit silent in the midst of all this crisis, and the crisis isn't getting any better; it's getting worse.
Yeah, it's getting a lot worse. And I think that's because the internet service is now being rationed along with the electricity, I believe.
It could be.
I mean, man, the Ukrainians are wiping these things. I mean, the Ukrainians are wiping these things out so quickly that once the Russians even try to get a part of the power grid back on, it gets knocked back out immediately. Mm-mm-mm. Heavens be. They don't let up, do they? Number 79. Just to keep track, number 79. This is the 79th substation hit in Crimea. I'm very happy that they're starting to number them these days, like the ships and the substations and whatnot, so that way we can try and keep track of how many this is at this point. They're hitting them so well, folks. They're hitting them incredibly. See this right here? It says Anubis Worm Busters, and the reticle is actually that of the unit of the Worm Busters. That's pretty cool. And there's the hit. Any second now. There it is. I tell you, folks, they cooking up these Russian substations like chop suey. That's an old joke, from like the 1940s in America. Chop suey was a very popular dish back then. I don't know why I had to go Italian for that, but I had to. But moving us on from that clip inside of the Crimean Peninsula, and moving us on out of that bit of news, generally all of the news out of the southern part of Russia, we have also been able to hear some additional updates from the state of Ukraine elsewhere. And bringing us back on up and into those front lines, we were able to see around the Mirapilia area, the Krasnopilia, and Hrabolsky area that the Ukrainian armed forces were continuing to target and hit the Russian Federation's armed forces throughout this area. We can see one of them right there. We see them continuing to hit them out there in them woods. Notice that they aren't in the villages anymore. They're out in the woods. They've kind of been pushed out of most of those villages. They're now off in the woods right on the border. Moving us on out of that whole bit of news right there in that clip, we also were able to see the Russian casualty report over the past 24 hours. And I got to tell y'all folks that today it was something special. Oh,
Oh, they
Brienne!
got 4 again. And look at that. 4 again today. That's fantastic. But tell us more.
It was an incredible day, I tell you, folks. It was an incredible day. As Miss Decent, keeper of the record, stated that 526 supply trucks is the third highest daily loss, which is absolutely incredible, mind you all. 6 air defense systems is tied for the fourth highest daily loss. 85 artillery systems is tied for the 14th, and 11 ground robotic complexes is tied for 7th, which is not shown. And over the course of the past 24 hours, we were able to see that 1,420 Russian soldiers were wounded and killed, along with 10 APCs, 526 supply trucks, 3 main battle tanks, 85 artillery pieces, 1,914 drones, 3 MLRSs, 5 cruise missiles, 6 anti-aircraft warfare systems, and 4 Bobcat skid steers. All in all, a pretty good day, and we love to see it. Of course we do. Moving us on out of that bit of news up there in the location unknowns, it's now time for us to make our way into the frontline area, where we were able to see some little developments throughout the day in clips that came from multiple different areas of the front. Before we get directly onto the front, moving us into the occupied territories, we were able to see that a target was hit within the Luhansk area over the early morning hours. Additionally, we also were able to see this right here as well of the smoke and the fire. We also had an additional clip, fresh off the press, of the strike in Luhansk, giving us a bit of a better view. We can also see that somebody over there in that high rise is having an 80% off sale. I suppose that property values are quite low here, and you have to give discounts like that to be able to even get the place off of your hands. But that doesn't look good out there, whatever they hit. Moving us on from all of that news and mumbo jumbo out of Luhansk, we also were able to see within the Kupiansk front that the Russian forces were continuing to get hit today by the 77th Air Mobile Brigade, which is holding down this part of the front line incredibly well. We see them hitting the back of the Russian supply car and now hitting another one, right near to the side. We can also see them hitting this open flatbed sort of a truck. This car, this other car, this supply car. Actually, that's an armored car. This ATV, this crappy car, this ATV with a trailer, this ATV with a trailer, this crappy car with an electronic warfare jamming unit on top, this Russian dirt bike. He didn't see it coming. We can also see them here targeting and destroying some sort of a truck. But moving us on out of the Kupiansk front and the drone attacks that were conducted within that area, we also were able to see, moving us further down into the Seversk front, that the Ukrainian Armed Forces and the 81st Air Mobile Brigade were also knocking out Russian forces within the Seversk front. And when you see them here dropping bomblets right on top of the Russians in their positions at this part of the front, look at this guy, he's taking a little run for it. We can also see this little vehicle of whatever sort getting hit and blown up, and a couple of Russian soldiers as well. Now, this is the army of Satan.
Also, have we gotten to the news out of Kyiv yet or anything?
Uh, which part?
The massive strikes on Kyiv.
I didn't have that in the coverage tonight, actually.
Oh yeah, that's a huge one right there. Russia launched their biggest missile attack of the war on Kyiv, hitting the civilians left and right. Huge, massive destruction.
Oh well, we'll try and get to that and summarize that here in a little bit. But moving us back on into the frontline news and making our way on up to that, we were able to see that within the Konstantinivka area today, the Ukrainian armed forces were able to announce that once again the Russians had tried to enter the town, and the Ukrainian armed forces had successfully repulsed the attack. We were able to see this video here of the Ukrainian soldiers holding up the flag of the state of Ukraine within the Palace of Culture and announcing that the Russian Federation had once again been repulsed out of the city. And we'll be muting that, but showing you all the clip here. And it's just them standing in the Palace of Culture holding up the Ukrainian flags. And also showing a brief bit of the Ukrainian soldiers also holding up the flags outside the window and also planting them outside of the Palace of Culture. The Palace of Culture, by the way, folks, just to let y'all know, is basically like a glorified civic center for most of us here in the United States and elsewhere. That's quite literally the function that it serves, is a civic center, but for some reason in the Soviet Union, they called them palaces of culture. Moving us on from that, though, and on out of that little bit, we also were able to see footage from the 425th Skala Assault Regiment showing them clearing out the Russians from the outskirts of Konstantinivka today. And we see their drones making quick work of the Russian armed forces. Quite literally ripping the building apart to shreds, I tell you. We'd also see them waving their flags outside of the buildings once more, showing that they are in control of the area, and also announcing once again that they have retaken the outer suburbs. And we can also see them showing the Ukrainian flag flying outside of an apartment building as well. But moving us on from that clip and on out of the Konstantinivka area, and moving us further on down past the Pokrovsk front and into the southern front, we also were able to see Russian forces getting hit in this area as well as part of the 65th Mechanized Brigade's drone attack forces. And here is that clip, showing them hitting an ATV in high definition. We also were able to see them continuing to hit the Russians' ATV forces throughout the entirety of the area. And also, Mandy, do we have any footage of the Kyiv attack? Because I was trying to go back through and look for it, and I can't really find any.
Yeah, we got it all over the Twitter page. It's about that. It's literally the largest attack on Kyiv, the capital, that happened tonight. It's the worst one.
Could you repost that under the likes tab? Because, oh wait, no, I found it. Sorry, I found it finally. Man, I like, for some reason I passed over the first time. I literally just found it while I was saying, can you get it on the likes tab? But moving us on from that and on up into Kyiv, we were able to hear that the city of Kyiv last night was hit by the largest Russian missile attack of the war so far, and drone attack as well, as 30 Russian ballistic missiles did strike the city of Kyiv overnight, and we were able to see that one of the explosions was able to reach all the way down to the entrance of the metro station, of which this footage came from right here. We also were able to see another clip here showing that there was damage with one of the metro stations of Kyiv from one of these ballistic missile strikes that actually hit very close to the entrance of the metro, well above ground. This strike has been quite significant, and we do understand that the Russian Federation is trying to escalate against the state of Ukraine by intensifying its missile and drone attacks against the city with drones and missiles. The attempt is to terrorize the civilian population of the city and the Ukrainian government into the point of either de-escalating the conflict or attempting to negotiate with the Russian Federation which will largely amount to capitulation. A lot of people aren't talking right now about these attacks and the fact that the Russians seem to be attempting to attack the Ukrainian citizenry at a far greater rate now than they ever have during the war. And Matthew, what are people thinking, or what are people thinking the response should be, if there is one, and what are you thinking about that as well?
Okay, so this was a very bad attack that we saw tonight. This was the largest attack that Russia's ever conducted that's concentrated on the capital city of Kyiv, Ukraine. And roughly they fired about 40 ballistic missiles. And a little quick note about the ballistic missiles that were fired. From what I've gathered, it sounds like Russia is taking their air defense missiles and they're converting them into ballistic missiles to target the capital city of Ukraine. So they're like makeshift, like crappy missiles that are usually used for air defense, and they're being used on civilians now. So that's what we saw tonight, about 40 of them heading toward Kyiv. And we saw that the metro was like having its roof collapsing on itself, which was obviously very bad. It's where the civilians are currently trying to take shelter. And also we saw massive fires around commercial sites, apparently in one of the districts of Kyiv, and also vehicles set ablaze as well. So there is literally no explanation for this other than Putin is trying to attack the civilian population, because, I mean, Kyiv's a very densely populated place. There's no way to separate any type of military target from the civilian targets. There's simply no way to do that. So what do you think that NATO should do about this? 53% said send plenty of air defense missiles to help Ukraine defend its skies, while 30% said there isn't much to be done about this, sadly, and 11% said they should threaten Russia with military action. And I would say at this point, we've heard a lot of talk from Zelensky about there being allegedly an air defense missile shortage inside of Ukraine. He's been begging the West to send a whole bunch of Patriot interceptors to refill their stocks because Russia is taking advantage of the shortage and they're launching these large-scale attacks on the civilian population. And without those Patriots, it's really hard to intercept these incoming Russian ballistic missiles. Ukraine has a bunch of drone interceptors, but that cannot take down a ballistic missile. It simply cannot. So they really need to send Ukraine a bunch of air defense missiles very quickly. And also, they are working on license producing some of their own missiles as well, but that's a little bit further down the line. They need an immediate solution to fix this, and they need some working, ready to go air defense missiles. But Enforcer, what say you?
Luckily, we actually will hopefully see that the situation will be fixed soon, as we do know that with the agreement that the U.S. made with Ukraine to allow Ukraine to license produce missiles, apparently some Patriot missiles are going to be scrounged up from the U.S. and multiple different NATO partners to send into Ukraine in the meantime while they get their own production on track and ready to roll. So hopefully we'll see that this sort of a gap is fixed here incredibly soon, because we reported on that, I believe, a week and a half ago about that situation. Something that got very brief coverage, by the way, folks, on air, so I don't even think I was really remember that until I went and looked at my Google My Maps really quickly, and I was like, okay, yeah, I was like, okay, so we do have that, so that did happen. So luckily this will hopefully be fixed soon, but right now they are seeing a significant gap in their air defenses right now around the city of Kyiv and other major Ukrainian cities, because while they have plenty of abilities to intercept and shoot down drones and cruise missiles, ballistic missiles pose an entirely different problem, which require the large caliber air defense interceptors like the Patriots to be able to be fired at and shoot them down, of which the Ukrainians have such a limited number that they're having to ration the very few that they have left onto the missiles that are heading towards key priority targets and then letting the other ones through. Because of this is starting to cause major crises within the capital city of Ukraine, Kyiv, where we're seeing that a large amount of these missiles are hitting civilian infrastructure and civilian buildings and causing significant amounts of casualties. Hopefully, if the U.S. really is going to provide those Patriots, which is what we agreed to, here in the very near future, we'll be able to see that this is sorted out while the Ukrainians get their own Patriot missile production online in the meantime. I believe right now Ukraine is trying to see if they can contract out with Mitsubishi to see if they will produce the Patriot interceptors from the last we heard, but we're not entirely sure if that's still the case. That was the last update we got, and that was about a week and a half ago, at the same time we heard that they were also getting the license production abilities from the United States. But moving us on out of that poll and that bit of news, it's now time for us to move on into Kyiv and get to the speech. We actually finally have one from President Volodymyr Zelensky, the president of Ukraine, and he put out a statement today kind of looking a little bit done with everything about the situation with the army, particularly Fedorov and Syrskyi. So, without further ado, here's the speech. Speech!
Speech.
Шановні українці і українки, перш за все, я хочу подякувати нашим воїнам за влучність у ніч. На цей день були якісні результати нашої далекобійності. Ми продовжуємо цілком справедливо відповідати Росії на її війну і на удари по українській інфраструктурі. Сьогодні є ураження поблизу Москви, також в Тамбовському регіоні. Це російська логістика, зокрема склади, через які постачали засоби для війни, навігаційне обладнання, комплектуючі для виробництва дронів і інше забезпечення для російської армії. Також наша українська зброя досягла чергового нафтового об'єкту і цілей в акваторіях Азовського та Чорного моря. Важлива наша операція. Буде більше засобів для мідстрайків. План далекобійних санкцій виконується теж доволі ритмічно. І я хочу подякувати Збройним силам України, силам безпілотних систем, силам спеціальних операцій, нашим розвідкам, ГУР, СЗР, нашим ракетним військам та артилерії та, звісно, Службі безпеки України. Росія давно має змогу перейти до дипломатії і завершити свою агресію. І саме відмови російського керівництва та їхнє бажання воювати є причиною, чому війна триває. Тільки в цьому році ми вже десятки разів виходили на Росію з пропозиціями зупинити цю війну. У відповідь були тільки відмови. Партнери стараються допомогти з організацією зустрічі лідерів і Америка, і Туреччина, і інші європейці, і арабські країни. У Путіна немає бажання закінчити війну. Детально сьогодні говорили з командирами наших корпусів. Це саме ті частини фронту, де надзвичайно інтенсивні бойові дії. Покровський та інші напрямки на Донеччині, Олександрівський напрямок, також Запоріжжя, також наша Харківщина. Я вдячний за захист наших позицій, за ураження окупанта. Тільки один наш 17-й корпус, що діє на Запоріжжі, щомісяця забезпечує по 7 тисяч російських втрат убитими і пораненими. Там на напрямку постійно російські штурми. Армія окупанта просто не рахується із втратами. Тому, звісно, складно. Але корпус дає Україні результати. Так само і інші наші корпуси на фронті. Я дякую вам за силу. Те, що необхідно по постачанню, по зброї, по далекобійній артилерії та НРК, все буде на ставці вже в понеділок. І також я почув і питання, які є у відносинах між армією та іншими структурами на місцях. Звісно, що рішення потрібні. І вони будуть, зокрема, щодо того, що мають робити обласні та місцеві влади для забезпечення наших підрозділів, для необхідної комунікації. Активно працюємо з партнерами, щоб виконувались домовленості, які стосуються постачання ракет та інших спеціальних типів зброї. Ще одне. Вчора і сьогодні багато було консультацій. Звісно, я чую, що кажуть люди. Довго говорив сьогодні з Михайлом Федоровим. Я говорив сьогодні також з Олександром Сирським. Рішення щодо армії будуть напрацьовані. Я дякую всім, хто дбає про Україну. Я дякую всім, хто захищає наші позиції на фронті, хто старається повертати війну додому, в Росію, туди, звідки війна сюди прийшла. Слава Україні!
And Ram Slava.
Hiram Slava.
And we made it, folks. We made it to the end of the news. And I got to tell y'all, folks, I cannot believe this, but the news segment today, we actually covered quite a lot. We covered 50 news bulletins today exactly. And it only took us 2 hours and 5 minutes to do it. Whew! Man, honestly, man, it's been a long time that it's been taking like 2.5 hours to get through the news. And I don't know what it was about today, folks, but we were able to get through it about 30 minutes quicker than normal. And so, a humongous thanks to everybody who has been here for the night. Once again, folks, while we are moving into the question segment right now, we will be breaking news whenever it happens live on air. So, just make sure to stick around. There might be breaking news coming out, or a question might lead to an interesting rabbit hole and discussion that maybe you you want to be a part of. But outside of that, the news is over for the day. It's time for us to move on into the second segment of the stream, where we get to talk to each and every single one of y'all, and it's a segment that I truly adore. Matthew also adores it greatly as well, because we get to talk about anything and everything within the segment. We get to talk about cause, about the news, about possible confrontations and conflicts in the future, the wars of today, the situations in general, y'all's personal lives, hood reviews, trains, planes, automobiles, you name it, it's on the list to be mentioned or talked about, except for religion, politics, climate change, whether the A-10's relevant in modern warfare or not, whether we should nuke Iran in certain instances, or, let's see, what was the last one that we came up with? What was the last one that we came up with? Do you know?
Say it one more time. You were breaking up there for a second. I was trying to figure out what was going on.
What was the last thing that we forbid from discussion on this channel? There was something that happened
Oh.
very recently.
Yeah, anything about nuking Iran or anything like that, we ruled that out.
Well, I think there was something else after that. Like I mentioned that one, but I think there was a one that happened like literally just like a day or two ago. We're like, okay, we can't bring that one up again. I don't know what it was. I don't know what it was. It wasn't that one though. It was something else entirely new.
I think it was that. It was about, the whole thing about the Iranians threatening U.S. officials and whether or not
Oh,
what should
yeah.
happen to the Iranians for that. It was that whole thing that had to go by the wayside. Also, by the way, I was hearing explosions outside just a second ago. I was trying to figure out what the hell that was. Some clown is out there, like, it sounds like it's maybe setting off fireworks somewhere out in the distance. I hope that's fireworks. Hopefully it's nothing worse than that, but I'm hearing some bangs out in the distance.
Breaking news, everybody! Salt Lake City is under attack. Like, we're under attack right now. I'm just kidding, by the way. I'm just joking about that. But explosions, huh? It's kind of interesting. Out here in the middle of nowhere? Oh, no one will want to mess with Salt Lake City. It's not like there's anything militarily important out here, like the NSA Data Center, or Hill Air Force Base, or the Ogden Rail Yard, or the Salt Lake City Roper Yard, or the Provo Yard, or any of the military installations like the National Guard facility out here, or the National Guard Armory, or the U.S. Army's camp, which I think is a little bit over here near the Dugway Proving Grounds. And there's certainly not any major military testing facilities like the Northrop Grumman Innovation Systems, or any other large military defense contractors out here. Absolutely not. So I'm sure nothing's going on. I'm sure everything's fine. But with that, all jokes aside, it is time for us to move on into this question segment. So Matthew, also by the way, Matthew, is Discord breaking up badly? Like, do we need to restart it?
No, it's doing fine right now.
Oh, good. And so with that, folks, it is time for us to move on and into all of the major questions, not major news, questions we have for the night, starting with our first one. Matthew, what do we got?
Also, another Utah viewer says they heard the explosions. I don't know what that is. I don't know if it's coming from Dugway or what that's coming from. It sounds to me like fireworks almost, but it's still going on right now. Like, I still hear it. It's very consistent, whatever it is. Like, I hope that's nothing bad because I've never really heard it quite like that before. I remember on the 4th of July that there was, like, some explosions. Obviously, that was fireworks then, but it sounded completely different than what I'm hearing right now. So I don't know what that is, but I'll hopefully have to find out what that is going on out there in the distance.
Wait, hold up. Pioneer Day. Let me type this in. Pioneer Day. Utah. Hold up. What day is it? Okay. So I forgot to tell you, Matthew, by the way, there's another big holiday out here that's the 4th of July for the Utahns. I don't know if you ever heard of it, but it's called Pioneer Day, and it's on the 24th of July, and it's when they found it's when they founded the state of Utah, basically, like when they made it here, like that's the day. So they call it Pioneer Day, and that might be the reason why there's still fireworks going off, is because it's basically just the interim between the 4th of July, which is the U.S. Independence Day, and then Pioneer Day, which for some reason is celebrated as strongly as the 4th of July here in Utah, and only Utah.
Maybe that's it, possibly. Maybe so. But on another hand, though, like doing another scan for our breaking news around the globe right now, we are not seeing any updates about the Iran situation. CENTCOM claims that their strikes are over with right now, and we've not seen Iran launch a counterstrike as of right now, so it appears to be that it might have temporarily ceased at the moment. So it's possible that maybe it has ceased. But in the meantime, though, we are getting some breaking news out of Russia right now, because in the area of Mikhailovsk, in Russia's Stavropol region, we're currently seeing a daytime piece of footage here showing one of their oil depots that was attacked. We got the footage last night of it, and we showed that earlier, but we have a very explosive sunrise right now inside the area of Russia's Stavropol region, a pretty big one.
Man, they get DJ Vlad pulled up. Opa! Man, like, let's take a look. Ooh.
That's a bad sunrise there. That's not what you want to see when the sun rises.
Oh, certainly not. Certainly not at all. Not at all. That looks quite nasty right there. And this is in Mikhailovsk, which is just north of the town of Stavropol, actually. So here's Stavropol, folks, and then here's Mikhailovsk. And if we look for the oil depot, oh, it's right here. That's the one that's on fire. I'm assuming. Let me check.
I think that is
Oh
fireworks
my,
outside. I
oh
think
my,
that is I think that is fireworks. I don't mean to like jump off that real quick, but I'm still hearing them going off. It's a lot of stuff going off too. It's like I don't know what the hell's going on outside. That was just a side note.
oh, it's probably just people enjoying Pioneer Day. I mean, it's not here yet. You know, it's still a week away, but maybe it's Pioneer Day. At least that's what we ought to tell ourselves, so that we don't panic. I mean, what if it really is something crazy going on though? Like really.
I hope not. I would hope not. It doesn't have the sound of anything bad. It sounds like fireworks.
Man, honestly, I hope it is. But this looks to be the little fuel depot that's on fire. Just to add that for everyone here, I went and looked around the city. I didn't see anything, but I did find what I can only describe as suburb hell. This looks like a liminal space here. I have to drop down into this. They don't have street view here. This is the back rooms. Let's see. Maybe we can drop down here. Oh my god. Oh my bro, it's the back
What
rooms.
the? Is this where is this in Russia?
This is in Mikhailovsk, north of Stavropol. This place looks like hell.
Jeez. Yeah, really. I mean, for Russian standards, this might be higher end though. Like this, what? Why does it look like a nuclear test town?
They build them like that. Like, you know, they're always ready, man. They're always ready to let us test them out. Take them for a test drive. But man, look at it though. Look at this place.
That is awful. This has got to be something company related or something.
Oh my god. Dude, they literally just build them in straight lines. Like, there's not even, like, there's one intersection. How long is that street? You've got to drive 1,000 feet to get to the next block. That is insane. Oh my god, and they're building all this stuff new. I mean, they're still out here building it. I bet you this is probably collapsed now because of the economic conditions in Russia, but they have a lot of these here.
Yeah, really. Speaking of that, now obviously nothing in America quite compares to that. Not even the modern
Oh
cookie
my,
cutter garbage. Not even the modern cookie cutter garbage they build in America compares to what Russia's doing. I mean, this is atrocious here. I saw out here in Utah though a whole new concept that I've never heard of before. Some of these new home builders are building homes with an attached rental unit to help you try to pay for the mortgage for the house. Have you heard about that?
no. No, what the
Yeah,
hell?
I'm not joking. I'm not joking. I mean, that's insane. Like, I was like, well, what? I was like, wait a minute. I saw it on an ad. It was an ad out here in Utah. They were like, we have a built-in rental unit on the bottom floor of your house that all you have to do is turn it into like an Airbnb, and it helps you pay your mortgage. And your mortgage goes from being like 5,000 a month to only 2,500 a month. I was like, is this a joke? I watched it. I've verified it's a real thing that they're actually building houses that are intended for you to rent out the whole bottom floor of your house so you can try to at least cut your mortgage in half to make it at least somewhat affordable. It's like, why the hell would you do that? It's like you become the landlord at that point, so you have to do all the roof maintenance and all the expensive stuff. It's like just being an apartment and let the landlord that owns the apartment complex fix it. Like, why the hell would you do that? It's like if you're having to rent out the whole bottom floor of your house, don't buy the house.
Bro, you have the privilege of paying us to become a landlord, and you don't get anything out of this arrangement, but you're paying us still. Bro, I'd be like, hell no, man. I'd be like, what the hell? You think I'm gonna manage your property and pay you at the same time? Hell no. It's like that's stupid. That is absolutely stupid. I've never heard anything like that in my life. Dude, this is like
Yeah, it's
the
insane.
economy we live in.
Also, folks, I know there's like houses that have like two entrances to them. Like I don't know if they're called duplexes or they're like homes that have like two housing units in one structure. Those are different. That's basically like two apartment units in one like structure, one house. That's different because there's like a driveway. You go into your own spot. The other person goes in their own spot and it's side by side. But this is like you have like a two-story house and the bottom floor is like being rented out to a renter, and then you're on the top floor just stuck up there basically. It's like, I mean, that's awful. I mean, that's truly awful, and also makes no financial sense either. Like, it really doesn't. I see some people saying that they know family members that do that. I mean, Honestly, I just don't see how that makes financial sense, really. Like, if it works for you somehow and it's like works out for your budget, then maybe it's fine for some people. But I don't get it. I mean, I would rather just rent a place and let somebody manage it and fix the roof. It's like you're having to like pay for all the repairs to the thing, and somebody's just getting to rent out the other half of it and not have to worry with any of it. And meanwhile, you're taking on the whole burden.
Man, I'm not gonna lie, man. That's insane. And also, I see some people like, ah, it's not that big of a deal. Here's what I'm thinking though, folks. You rent it out to somebody and they trash out your entire first floor. Like that could easily happen.
Oh
Or
man, tear out all the electrical wiring and stuff, and the power goes off to your part of the house upstairs. And
yeah,
you're like, what the hell must be the
and
rats?
then
The
they get the
rats are back
sinks
in the
overflowing and
wires.
shit, like too. Oh my god, dude,
Yeah.
it'd be hell on
And
earth.
then you go downstairs and realize they ripped out every single appliance, and you got to pay to fix the whole damn bottom of the house because the renters ripped the whole thing out. Honestly, man, that does not sound like a good idea to me.
Or better yet, you have like a young couple that moves in, and you're like, oh well, they seem reasonable and like they're gonna pay. And then you know the woman gets pregnant, and then within like 9 months, you're hearing every single day because there's no wall between you and them. It's just a house. You just hear from the bottom floor, wow, wow, all day long. I'd be like, oh my god, this is hell on earth. Like I'm like, this is terrible. That's not my kid. It's driving me crazy. I can't handle this. Like I'd be like, bro, I'm getting up and moving, man. I would be moving out of my own place at that point.
Yeah, really. Or then somebody moves in downstairs and you didn't vet them quite well or something like that. Then they just move in and start cooking up stuff that they're not supposed to be cooking up, and they start fuming out the top floor. That does not like. I know some people are comfortable with that kind of stuff. Me personally, I wouldn't be comfortable with that at all because I've seen what like some renters can do to places. Like some people rent places and just trash them, and then they leave and they just take the huge hit afterward. Their deposit gets taken. Then the landlord's got to try to sue them for the damages. I mean, it turns into a nightmare, like a complete total nightmare. Like I would hate to have to be renting stuff out these days, but it seems like nobody's got respect for rental units. They just come in and tear them up.
Man, one day, man, you're gonna be in a house like that. You're gonna be going, okay, so let's see here. I see that you've applied to see if you can, fit in. So, your name is Walter White? Yes. And what is your occupation? Also, do you have like the funds? Yes, I do. I have the funds. Okay, so what's your occupation? I'm a cook. Oh, okay. Like I thought, all right, that sounds kind of decent. We'll let you in. And then they ain't cooking Michelin and star recipes. I'll tell you that. They're cooking something else.
Also, I see some people saying being a landlord pays ridiculously well. I have 100 properties. But see, though, you have 100 properties that you're simply managing. Like they're properties that are already there. You set them up to be rentals. So it's a little bit different. You're not having to like live with the consequences of having to be there 24/7 of somebody possibly being a horrible tenant. But if you had to live there in the thing and somebody happens to come in that might not be a great tenant, you're in a bad shape at that point. Then you got to try to evict the people out of the thing. You got to go to court. You got to go and do all that mumbo jumbo. It's just really a nightmare. I've seen several people that are real estate investors, especially like I know California's a little bit of a different situation. They have really, really wonky laws out there when it comes to stuff like that. But a lot of people that have been landlords and they rent stuff out, they've said that they've regretted it. Like a lot of them have, and some of them just broke even on a lot of their rental properties after all the damage and the repairs came in and stuff like that, and also the mortgage rates these days. Like I just don't know if it's really worth it these days.
Yeah, I don't know. Also, I saw someone say, well, babies aren't actually that bad. No, no, babies are great. It's just that I don't want to live in a house with someone else's baby on the bottom floor crying. It's like if it was my baby that I had with my wife and it was crying, that's a whole other thing. But if it's someone else's baby and it's living on the first floor and you just hear it crying all day and all night and it's now a part of your life, that's going to become hell on earth. That's basically like getting on an airplane and for the rest of your life, for like the next 10 years maybe, there's a baby in the plane crying all day and it's not your baby. Like it's one like it like I have to say that like I have to just say this frankly. It's one thing like if you're dealing with say like a baby crying and it's your baby. It's a whole other thing when it's someone else's baby. Like that's just how I look at it. Maybe for some people that's not how they look at it, but that's how I look at it. Like that's how I look at it me personally. But anyways, with that
But the reason why I was mentioning that though is because we were looking at those new constructions in Russia. I would be curious to know what the inside of those look like in Russia. New construction here in America has gone downhill dramatically. Like it's gone downhill bad, and they're jacking the prices up on those things quite a lot. I wonder if it's the same thing in Russia with those cookie cutter looking like developments where it's like a straight line, straight row. I mean, these new developments, even here in America, are completely soulless. Like no soul in them whatsoever. It's like the embodiment of like corporate slop basically. And I just don't know why. It's like why not put a little extra into it and make it look right?
You know, I wonder. I also see a lot of people saying, well, babies grow up. You're an evil man. Look, I'm just saying, I'm not having someone else's baby crying in my house all day, every day. Like, if it was my baby, fine. If it's someone else's baby, not so much. I mean, like, I have to say, like, I get that people have to travel with their babies and they have to get on planes and whatnot, but I will also say that hearing a baby cry right behind your ear, which did happen to me on a couple of flights, literally the seat behind me, and the whole flight, your ears are literally, like, bleeding from how loud the baby's screaming. If I had to deal with that in my own house every day, and it was not my baby, that would drive me crazy. Like, that would not be something I would be, like, happy with at all. And then I'm still having to fork out $2,500 to the bank for the mortgage on top of that. Like, that's not really my thing. Like, if it's some people's things, then that's great. Maybe you're like fit for running a nursery or an orphanage, but I'd like me living in that every day. I don't know. I think it would fry my nerves pretty quickly. But beyond that, though, I wonder if we can look at these houses. Like, I wonder if we
Where's
can.
this at? Where's this at? What's the place called?
This is in the town of Mikhailovsk, Bliet.
Let's see here. Zoom in on so I can see how it's spelled.
It's spelled here. I'll put it over here. Mikhaylovsk.
Okay, let's see if we can get like some house prices. Oh, look, here's a. Okay, please don't put the malware on the computer. Please don't put the malware on there. I don't have my VM open right now, so I can't check it. I'm going for it. Let's see here. All my money's gone out of the bank account tomorrow. If it happens, it happens. But let's see here. Oh, okay. Let's see here. They're not showing any houses for sale there. Oh, here's a new construction. $320,000. Is that USD? Hold on a second. My goodness. It's
How
actually not
much
bad
are
looking,
they?
really. So this is not in the same area right here. This is in the Northern Federal District. This is not the same thing. So I can't find the houses for sale there. So that's kind of weird. I can see here in Stavropol Krai, they've got some houses for sale. I'm sure those property values are plummeting after the recent attacks. 11 million PLN. I think that's Polish monies right there, I believe.
They
What
use
is that?
euros.
11. What says PLN?
Is the website in Cyrillic?
Let me see what this translates
Because
to.
that's probably as a ruble.
It's got to be a ruble. Let's see here. Let me go put it in rubles to USD. 140,000 USD. And what's the square footage on this? 600 meters squared. That's not good.
Bro,
Oh,
that
let's
E
see
equals
here.
MC squared, bro.
600 meters squared to square feet. Let's see here. Oh my God, it's 6,500 square foot. That's a lot. 140,000 USD for 6,500 square feet. What's the interior look like on
There
this?
ain't no house in Russia that's that size. Where
Oh!
is this?
Oh dear God! It's an abandoned bastard. Oh my
Wait,
God! This
screen
is so
share,
bad.
screen share. You got a
Oh
screen
my
share. Hold up,
goodness.
I'm
I
gonna show.
cannot screen share. I cannot screen share. I can take a screenshot. And you can show it to the audience though.
Yes,
Let me
send
get
it. Send it. We have to see this. We have to see it. I mean, we gotta, man.
Holy cow, man! This looks like something that got abandoned or something. They don't have any interior pictures either. That's not a good sign. That's not a good sign. I was about to say that's a steal. I was about to say it's a steal, man. How they get the prices so cheap? 140,000 for 6,500 square foot. You couldn't find nothing like that if you looked under rocks in America. But I see why. It looks like something that might have been abandoned in the backwoods of Detroit.
Let's see it. Christ almighty, this thing is haunted. Like, oh my God.
Oh, not only are you going to be on the hook for the taxes for this thing inside of Russia, you're also going to be haunted by whatever ghouls and goblins reside in this thing that were already there beforehand. You're going to need about $1 million worth of rubles to try to fix the thing up. And also, you're still going to be in a sketchy neighborhood, and you're still going to have people tweaking, showing up to your door.
In my days, I have never seen a house that is that. This is terrible. Like, this is awful looking, man. Like, Zoink Scoop, this thing looks haunted. Vacuum tube. I saw a ghost come out of the front door of this thing. I would not be shocked at all.
Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked, really. I tell you, like I didn't expect housing in Russia to look good, but after seeing that right there, it makes that new like backrooms construction look kind of appealing.
This is in Essentuki. That's the name of the town. Where is Essentuki? Let's see here. Oh, bro, you're not even living in Stavropol. Oh my god, dude, you're living like near Chechnya and all the Caucasus
Oh
regions where
my.
ISIS-K is at. Bro,
Oh
you gotta live in
no.
Terryland. Oh my god, you gotta be kidding
Dang.
me.
I wouldn't even give him. I wouldn't even take that house for a song.
Where is this place? Like, let me see if I can go back to that listing. Oh, you took it down. You took it down out of the Discord. Oh man, I was gonna go look at it. I was gonna go find the address.
Oh, I'll put it. I'll put it back there. Let's see if we can see it on Street View. Here, it's coming back. Look there. There it is.
Let's see. Yay! All right, so where is this? Where is the address
It
on
says
this thing?
unspecified. Misc and unspecified.
You just gotta go meet the kidney sellers to go find this one. Yeah, take a nap in this ice bathtub. Why? It'll take you to the location. And then you wake up and you feel one kidney lighter. I don't I don't know, folks. I don't know where the hell this thing would be. I wish I could do some geolocations on it, but there are so many little houses in here, and none of them look good. Like, oh god, it's normal Russia. Oh, it's disgusting. Oh my god. Hold up. Wait a minute. Maybe. So it's in a place like this. This is the town that it's in.
Yeah, Depression Central.
Oh my god, man. I gotta say, folks, every time I look at Russia, it's actually mind-blowing how bad off this place is. Like, this is like North Korea if they had some cars. Like, that's basically what Russia is, and it's
Man.
unbelievable the conditions of the place.
And people wonder why they're wandering the streets with vodka bottles in their hand. I mean, I might be too living in a place like this. I mean, this is rough. I mean, you just wake up here every day and you look at that meme of that dude waking up with like the beard and like that cartoon. You know that one I'm talking
Yeah,
about
the
where
Ren
the
and
dude like wakes
Stimpy,
up and
yeah.
look. Yeah, you end up looking like that every morning. You wake up. Oh look, we got Vladimir Putin in here, the fake account talking about shut your mouth. You'll do what you're told.
You man, throw your kneecap out, man. Oh man. Well, what do we got here? We got some advertisements for some zakas. What is this place? It's got so many ads all over the walls. I wish I knew because now that I backed out, it didn't bring us to where I was. That's unfortunate. Let's look at the local hospital. Oh, they don't even let you take pictures in the hospital. Barbaric things go on there, I'm sure. Let's see. How about fast food for shock? Oh. Oh. Like I turned into that meme.
Ew.
Okay, so nobody really took pictures of the food, but the little bit that we saw, it looks quite rank.
Yeah, it doesn't look good.
What about that, let's see here. What about that veranda? Oh, wow, this is actually, like, kinda
That's
neat.
better. It's kind of a little bit German, or I think, or something. Let's see the front.
Yeah,
Um,
that's
yeah, a
really,
little bit
like,
Germanic.
really trying to be German here. We also got this thing, and that, whatever that is, and we also have a tomato that's borscht, actually, that's borscht, not tomato soup. Well, I mean, this place is kinda, like, upscale, um, but, oh my god, is that Medvedev? No way. He went here.
He looks surprised. He's like, "Damn, a customer showed up at the restaurant. This is a shock."
Oh.
Oh my, what the?
Would you like fish whole? Like, man, look up, would
Why,
you
why do they have the lemon twisted into the shape of like a DNA helix?
Well, that's because they're conducting experiments in the city, and this is like the calling card for the conspiracy theorist here. They're messing with the DNA. Oh yeah. Oh ew.
That looks
Like,
like it could be mildly good.
dude, that looks like dog food over a bit of spinach with some cheese on top of it. That doesn't look good to me, man. That doesn't look good to me. Oh, look, and it's right next to near to their railways, which are overgrown with weeds. We don't do that here in America, folks. We have higher standards. We spray our railway tracks with chemical grade, like extreme toxic grade pesticides to keep it clear of the weeds. It's a wonderful thing what we do here. It makes the tracks look amazing, but it is not good for your health if you're around when they're spraying it. And yeah, generally Stavropol looks like hell. I would never live in Russia, but I would certainly not live here if I had to live in Russia. I don't know who in the world are the Americans who look at this stuff and they're like, yeah, I want to live here, and then they move over there. It's like I would never in my wildest days would I ever think of moving to Russia. This is like the last place I'd ever move in the world, and that was before the war even started.
Yeah, and all the beatings you'd have to endure, and all the reported racism too that the Russians have toward foreigners coming to their place, and also not to mention the press gangs coming around looking for brand new fresh meat to put on the front lines. Those foreigners inside of Russia, they are prime targets for that. They love to put them in those vans and drive them straight to the recruitment office, or more like the forced recruitment office.
It is a terrible day to join the army, comrade. Why don't you join? Like, man, like, why don't you join us? No, I'm good. Join us. It's not a question. It's a demand. Join us, Blade. And then the wife of whoever went over there, they're on the social media going, oh wah, my husband was conscripted into the army. Wah. It's like, well, you should have known that. It's like, hate to say it, but should have known better. It's an authoritarian regime. But with that, it is time for us to get on into some questions. Matthew, what do we got?
All right, so jumping right into our super chat questions and getting our live chat questions after that. Our first one here is going to go to AS5727, and thank you very much for that $100
Hey!
support right there. And we do appreciate that very, very much. And we do appreciate that because that does keep the channel running, by the way. And they said, history will not remember who shouted the loudest. It will remember the choices that shook the earth, the lives that were lost, and the silence that followed. And truth died first, and what echoed throughout history was never victory, only the cost of humanity's choices.
That's deep. Oh my God,
That is deep.
I thank you massively for the support. As a history major, I would have to say that there's a lot of misconceptions that a lot of people have in the public about history, and a lot of people say the victors wrote the history and all that sort of stuff. And I hate to say this, folks, but like the victors write the history thing is kind of like Nazi propaganda, to be entirely frank, because after the war, the Germans were like, oh, but we want that bad. I mean, the victors wrote the history. I'm sure they conducted atrocities, or they just make us look a lot worse. And like, if you actually look at like actual history is like a study in kind of like a science or an art, whichever way you want to look at it. Victors really don't write the history. Like in the popularized version of history, yeah, usually there's a lot of spin to it, that I can tell you. But if you actually get into the study of history, you kind of learn that there's really a lot of gray area in most matters, and nobody really was right or wrong. It's just a matter of perspective to the people who were alive later as to who they are and who they want to be right or wrong. Which, in a way is kind of like victors writing the history. But if you actually get it deep into the study of history, the victors definitely didn't write the history. It's just the public wants to remember history a certain way. Like, a lot of people these days, they'll remember history of, oh, wasn't it a good time to live in the 1950s when everything was so good and people were making so much money? They just don't tell you that the poverty rate back then was 22% nationwide. They forget to mention that. They also forget to mention a whole bunch of other things about the 50s that they don't tell you about. And so,
But did they get through it? Did they get through it, though?
well, yeah, everybody gets through it. I mean, time's still ticking.
But now, why? In my opinion, there's a little bit of a difference between today and back then. Not to be a pessimist, but there's a little bit of a difference. Way back then, it definitely was not a perfect time. There was definitely injustices and inequalities back then that were way worse than they are today. But generally speaking, though, on a whole basis, people were a lot more unified back then. So when hard times hit, they were more equipped to handle it and they were more resilient to it, to power through it, because they largely still had a functioning society to a large degree where people weren't at each other's throats. There's always going to be problems, but not everybody was like half the country at the other half's throat. It wasn't like that. And I think today, unfortunately, it seems like more people are at each other's throats these days. So when hard times hit, people are not as resilient as they used to be, at least in my personal opinion. And that's why we see today, largely what you would expect today when a crisis hits, you'd expect people to come together. But you see that in some places, but it seems like on a whole, it seems like people aren't coming together like they used to when crisis hits.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I mean, there's been moments where tensions were very high in this country, like today, like the '60s. And a lot of people are like, oh, the '50s and '60s were fine. I mean, there were race riots in America. I mean, cities were literally getting burned down. I mean, like if people thought, like, not to get domestically political, but just to mention it, if people thought that some of the Black Lives Matter protests that turned into riots were bad with the outcome and the damages, you didn't see the race riots of the '60s then, because the whole entire cities were burnt down in the race riots of the '60s that happened back then, and everything else that was going on, and the political divide that existed in the country over segregation when both the well, really the mid 50s on into the 60s, which was a pretty big thing. I mean, like, there was one group that's known for wearing bed sheets, to put it that way, that was going around literally killing people who went against them back during that decade all over the South. I mean, if you said anything against them, you were on the target list and they were going to get you. And in other places of the United States, there was a whole bunch of other things going on. I mean, there was the Kent State shooting where the National Guard shot a whole bunch of university students at Kent State up north. I mean, there was a lot going on back then. I mean, it's just that people look at the stuff nowadays because you don't hear in great detail of all of the things that happened back then because no one was alive back then, and a lot of people who lived back then, so many things have happened in their life, they just kind of forget about all the calamities that happen month to month, year to year, so you don't really hear it. You get the little nostalgic memory of the past, like, oh, don't you remember, folks, when we used to have apple pie and it had fresh apples from the local farmer and it tasted so good? They don't like they're remembering history or their own lives through like rose tinted glasses, because if you really
Yeah.
look at most of history, I mean, like, there are very few moments where this country was unified. I'd say Pearl Harbor, 9/11, and really that's it. I mean, those were really the only points I could say the whole entire country gathered around something and got unified entirely behind one thing. Outside of that, I mean, it was like to the races like it is today. I mean, it was just chaos all over the place.
I don't know. I think the proof's in the data, personally. I mean, today more and more people are isolated in the country. They don't have like the community sense that they used to have. Like, if for better or worse, they're not communicating with people the same way because people are more and more online. They're not actually interacting or creating in-person communities. So largely, people are becoming more and more desocialized today. So just by that data alone, I mean, people today don't have the same communities and the same support structure that they used to have. It's just simply not the case. Especially younger people, they definitely don't, because younger people have literally been fostered in that online environment, and some young people, like a huge portion of them, don't even know how to begin to even like go about having a normal community environment in real life. So I think that alone weakens people's response to crisis. It makes it harder for people to power through it as a whole society because they don't have those same connections that they used to have.
Oh, I mean, to a degree, yeah, but I mean, like, I mean, I don't mean to be the detractor on everything they say these days. We're like, well, the modern day has challenges that have never been before seen. I mean, people said that about the TV back in the day and the radio because up until then there
That
was
was
no
not
such.
interactive.
Well,
That was a one-way communication. There was one way. You were told what was being said on the TV, and that was the end of it. You still had to go build your social life somewhere else. Today, it's interactive. So the online environment can replace some people, or at least simulate a replacement of people's normal social life that they usually should have in real life. It completely replaces it. It creates a placebo, and people think that they can have a full-on social life online and not have to go interact in person, which deteriorates, the community aspect for everybody that wants to participate.
to it, like, that is like one thing that's new, but generally, like, the effects and the complaints that people have are the same as they were back then. And and like you're saying, this is new now, but I mean, when people sat down in front of a TV and they could watch TV all day, that was new back then. And people were going, oh, everyone's staying in their homes watching television all day, instead of going out and socializing. And everyone was like, well, yeah, but but this is new. Like, back then, the TV was the new thing. Yeah, it's new. People are like sitting in front of the screens, letting their brain rot out of their skulls. And they were literally saying that back then. And then it moved on to social media. And while we're saying, like, yeah, social media is a whole new thing. Well, if you think about it, though, the radio was a whole new thing. There was nothing like it when it came out. Like, for people to put a radio in their house and be able to listen to the radio. And then when a TV came out, there was nothing like the TV up until the TV. And so, all those things, oh, yeah, it's just normal part of the society these days, so we don't even think about it. But the social media thing is new. And yeah, it's new, but every generation before us have to deal with something new, and they get through it.
Maybe, and also, by the way, like, I mean, me personally, I'm just of the strong belief these days that scientists and people that study these things, I think this would be like an anthropologist would study stuff like this, or maybe even psychology would study it. But it seems like nobody fully understands the impact that being online 24/7 has on people. Like, this is different. Like, people here watching our stream right now, you're technically on social media listening to us, report the news and go through our questions and stuff like that. But this is only a 3 hour show. It has a start and an end time to it. What I'm talking about is, like, for example, like your entire social life being online, like you're on Facebook, you're on Instagram, and that becomes a replacement for your in-person social activities. That's what I'm talking about, because it removes the desire for people to get out there. It removes that desire because you can feel like you're replacing your social life in person with the online aspect of it. I don't think they fully understand what impact that's going to have on society, because that's a new thing. Like, it's still very new. The fact that people can stay online and basically create their whole online persona like that, it's very new. So I feel like as they do more research on that, and I think they're starting to hit on it a little bit with some of these congressional hearings, the more research they do, they're going to realize, especially when you introduce a technology like that to a brand new generation, that probably causes real psychological damage, would be my guess. And that's not limited to one platform, it's probably all of them. It probably causes significant damage because humans are social creatures. We must have that in-person interaction, and without it, it makes us less resilient. It does not foster a community aspect, and honestly, it might be detrimental to the democracy itself, really, because unless people are communicating and know how to communicate with each other and have that community, then they feel like they have nothing to lose at that point. So they don't value democracy. They don't want us engage in it. They don't want to participate, and it creates a big problem. I think people are going to start realizing that over time.
Well, I don't really think the thing is that it's like it's a problem that's existential. It's just that it requires certain fixes. Much like the television and the radio required certain fixes when they were new and they were the craze and all the buzz back then. And I've tried to pull it up and I tried to find you some news articles from back then where people were saying the same thing about the television because they were, and I've read them before, but I cannot find any off the top of my head. The AI summary though was saying the very same complaints about television existed for the internet as well, because anything that's new that comes around, it's almost all the same thing. As far as like the criticisms that come against it, like new music is always satanic. That's always the complaint thrown against it. And any new technological innovation in media is always looked at as isolating people and further distancing them and destroying the social fabric. And to a degree, that's true, but also to another extent, it's quite beneficial in its own ways, much like the television and radio were, and it just needs to have proper implementation and proper kinds of restrictions put on it to make sure that it's done in a productive way and not a harmful way.
Yeah, I just don't know if there is a way to do that, because companies are incentivized to keep people on their platforms, and that can lead to like addiction. Like anything where you scroll and it feeds dopamine to the brain, that can create an addiction. So if you start scrolling through stuff and you become addicted to it, you're now in a hole at that point, saying you're trying to dig yourself out of it. And imagine if you grow up on something like that. Like I wasn't. I'm old enough, folks. I'm proud to be able to say this. I'm old enough at 25 years old to say that I did not have access to iPads and technology like that when I was truly like in my formative years, like from 1 to 10 years old. I never had that. I can't remember when it was. The first computer I can remember was a compact computer that my parents had, and I could play like web games on it and stuff like that. And I can't remember what age I was when we had that computer. I can't remember what age that was, but yeah, I never really had tech like that growing up. But I can only imagine for the generations that are coming up behind me how that's probably impacting them. It's probably impacting them more than we can even understand, because they're one of the first generations to have iPads in their hands. From the moments that they can actually say "goo goo gaga," they're already being put on an iPad and they're playing games. And they're being desocialized through that technology.
Now, I would agree with that. I mean, like, it's not a good idea to go throw a tablet in front of a kid. It's kind of not good to throw a TV or anything in front of a kid. It's best just to let them grow up normally, in the real world, instead of putting them into basically a false reality and letting them just dwell there and grow up in that. And also, who knows what's growing them up or teaching them anything. then, it's like, they have access to quite literally anything and everything at that point. So
Oh yeah, and imagine they're scrolling through, all the garbage that's on, like, all these like short videos and stuff like that, these reels and stuff like that. You get said like the reels are like it's just psycho central. It's like you'll flip through one thing, you'll be wanting to cry about the poor puppies or something like that getting hurt by some sicko. Then you'll flip to the next thing and you'll be like on a car racing video. It's exciting. Then you'll flip to the next thing. You see a video about the devastation of war. Like it's just an absolute tug of war with your mind. Like if you flip through there and realize what you're actually consuming when you actually look at it, it's just a tug of war. And it's like, imagine that on some human being that can't understand it fully, like a young child, like seeing stuff like that. Imagine the impact that has. Like they're being exposed to stuff that they shouldn't be exposed to until they're like much older. And most parents don't even like pay attention to that stuff. Like they're letting the kid do whatever they want there. Who knows what they're seeing on that thing? Like who knows? Like I know some parents are mindful enough to put like parental controls on there. They limit what their kid can do on there. They're only like able to see like, for example, just children only content for the kids. But it's like, it's just all that stuff just seems like it's bad for development.
I mean, also those kids learn how to like get around that and go change the restrictions and do whatever they want. I've heard that a lot from people that I've known that's been raising kids, and they're like, "Yeah, I just had to like completely get rid of it because I would try and restrict it, and then they figure out how to bypass the restrictions, and so I just completely got rid of their access to the iPads because I don't want them seeing anything they're not supposed to be seeing yet." So that's something to consider as well. But beyond that, though, getting back to the crux of the matter, though, with the whole side of history thing as far as the overarching deal rather than just social media the argument in social media, generally history, if you study it as a study, it doesn't really write a story where the victors write the history. You kind of learn everything on all sides. Like, I could tell you in the US World War, the US did conduct some war crimes, definitely not to the level of Nazi Germany or the Imperial Japanese, nowhere close, but there were war crimes committed. However, when you look there's a huge rabbit hole I could go into there. But generally the victors never really write the history. Like that's something that a lot of people get wrong. And also on top of that, I mean the losers write a lot of history as well. Because think about it, folks. If the victors wrote the history, why in the world was there always, up until the mid 2010s, a humongous amount of support in the South for the Confederacy, the South will rise again and all that and whatnot? That's because the losers also wrote a lot of the history as well. And on top of that, the former Nazi Germans that were not charged and imprisoned or executed in the Nuremberg trials started to write tons of books after the war to make a living, where they started to go, well, actually, Germany was doing really good. And they weren't. Like, if you go and look at anything that was actually written in Germany as a first-hand source, like on their vehicles and their equipment and their infantry, after 1941, it was a losing war. But the Germans will make you think, and a lot of people in modern history think, the Germans actually had great stuff. They had amazing tanks, amazing planes. You really read about them outside of what the losers want you to think. They had terrible planes. They had terrible logistics. They had terrible tanks. Their infantry were poorly disciplined, and there was a lot of written reports about that by German officers throughout the war. Extremely poorly disciplined sometimes because of their meth addictions. And I mean, there was a whole bunch of things there that were wrong. But in the modern day, people look at Germany as almost like a superpower. Like the U.S. hardly won against Germany. I mean, after 1942, it was a shoo-in. I mean, we were going to win no matter what. It was just a matter of time. And a lot of people kind of knew that back then for the most part. And, a lot of people actually don't know that today because history in the modern day is very much muddled unless it becomes an academic study of first-hand sources primarily. But a big thanks to you for the support and of this channel to keep on running. And I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we're on the next one.
And our next one goes to Tristan34. And thank you very much, Tristan, for that $50 support as well. We do appreciate that very much. He said, LTLSA, and remember when Cali is burning, we send help, not sanctions. And take one from the chat.
And a big thanks to you for support, Treason. And that's true. Canada has sent help to help out with the California wildfires. And a lot of countries help out each other whenever there's a natural disaster, usually never threaten tariffs over it, which I would have to agree with many of y'all in Canada and a lot of people here in America. That's an absolutely stupid position to take. But a big thanks to you for support and help this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on the next one.
And we also have a $50 support from Ghostmaker. And thank you, Ghostmaker, for the 50. Also, I was just double checking here. I don't think there was a comment attached with it, but we do appreciate it very much, Ghostmaker. That's very generous of you once more. And Enforcer, what say you?
And a big thanks to your support and help of this channel to keep on running, Ghostmaker. We're greatly appreciative of your support because it helps us to keep this thing rolling. So a big thanks to you so much once again, and we're on the next one.
And we also have a 50 from Star, and thank you, Star, for the 50 as well. They said, insanely off topic. That's okay. I mean, we've been off topic during the question segment so far at horribly. But they said, I doubt you'd be into it because you listen to classical cough, cough, old. But Mike Shinoda is a solid music artist to look into, was a key player in Linkin Park, and his post-traumatic album is worth listening to.
Oh,
That's what the album's called, is post-traumatic.
You dare offend me, sir, by suggesting that's classical? I've heard of Linkin Park before. I've heard it's actually pretty good. I've never listened to their music, though, but I will have to take a look at that. Let's see, that post-traumatic album. That sounds clinical. That doesn't really sound like a song. But I will have to take a look into their album and see about it, because I've heard of them before. I've just never really listened to their music. And a very interesting music recommendation. And all jokes aside, thank you so much for the support and giving some interesting recommendations for the beats. Hopefully I'll be able to listen to some of the beats as I work on my railway graffiti. And I don't mean to go into a rabbit hole here, folks, because we do have 30 super chats to go. But I did want to show y'all something neat, because I know a lot of y'all saw the graffiti last night on the rail car, and I showed Matthew today what it had turned into, and I'm actually going to show y'all this. I didn't show this to Matthew, actually, but I just put it in Discord, Matthew, if you want to look. I actually put a picture of the prototype rail car I'm working off of. So this is the prototype rail car that I have. It's a it's Railcar Pulling Experts TTX boxcar, 60-foot high cube, exact same one I have. And I'm doing this gout graffiti right here. I don't know why the graffiti artists write dumb words. I just have to work with it. I don't know. It's my marching orders. But this is how far I got before I had to get to work today. So I got the outline of gout out and also the blue around it. And also covered up the numbers, so that way it's the very same as the prototype. But that's what I'm working on right now. When I get off of air, I'm probably going to keep working on this thing, and hopefully it'll turn out really good, because I'm really happy with it so far. It's looking really close to it, and hopefully I can get the inside filler paint to also look very similar. But with that, I hope that shows you all a little bit of what I've been working on right here, and with that, we are on to the next one.
And we also have here a $50 support from Michael Davison. And thank you, Michael, as well, for the 50. He said, any information on the oil tank fire in Lee County, New Mexico? Could it be a possible attack?
I would doubt it. There's sometimes some incidents that happen here in the United States of America from time to time. Those are usually fairly rare. But I would say generally whenever anything happens here on the home front, I usually go to, it's probably a workplace accident. Some sort of safety was overlooked, safety instructions, safety procedures were overlooked, or something just happened out of the blue. Usually it's highly unlikely some sort of an infrastructure attack. That's very rare here in the United States in the present day. So a big thanks to you for support and help this channel to keep it running. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
And our next one here is going to go to none other than Con 45. And thank you, Con, for the 50. Also, they said Putin is a fool. 1,000 missiles can be sent to Kyiv, and it only makes Ukraine's hatred for Russia stronger. And the murdering of civilians by Russia does not win wars, and it creates an army that would rather die fighting than surrender. And Russia will reap what they sow.
Interesting. I would generally agree with you. Attacking civilians does not win wars, and I know a lot of people these days are in all the craze about trying to break the Geneva Convention in every way that they can and conduct crimes against humanity and war crimes. But I'm generally not a big fan of that kind of a notion. If we do that, what kind of people are we? We're barbarians. We have no moral superior high ground to work off of to even differentiate us from our enemies at this point. It's just savages fighting savages. And I'm not really a big fan of that kind of concept myself. That's why with the Islamic Republic of Iran, I always go above and beyond, knowing that they are a critical enemy of the United States, and most of their regime is indoctrinated and radicalized to the extreme, to always try and be as civil as possible when fighting the war against them. Because acting like a savage does nothing but to embolden the Iranian people into joining the savages that run their country to conduct further acts of savagery against us in return. It doesn't do us any good.
And also, look at the stupidity behind what Russia just did. Ukraine right now is having an internal rift because of the Fedorov situation, and it sounds to me like Zelensky is trying to find a solution to it instead of just dismissing it, which might be the better way to go about that. But there's a whole bunch of controversy about how he's handling it and all kinds of stuff like that. We won't get into that. But my point I'm trying to make is this. Right now, Ukraine's having an internal issue, and they're getting distracted with that, and they're starting to like mildly like tear themselves apart somewhat. Meanwhile, Russia thinks it's a smart idea to launch an attack on civilians to remind everybody in the midst of that internal strife that Russia is truly evil. It's like, how stupid can you get? It's like they're all like you're saying, Con. They're literally going to create enemies out of the civilians, and that's going to bring their focus away from the federal thing and right back onto how sick Russia is. It's like that's stupid from a strategic standpoint, even for Russia to do that.
It is stupid. It's really stupid for any country to do. You always want to try and fight a war as civil as possible, as much as can be provided. But a big thanks to your support and helping this channel to keep running. I hope that does address that well. And Russia might reap what they sow in the long run. It looks like it's starting to happen. But a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a $20 support from Music Uploader, and thank you very much, Music Uploader, for the 20. He said, man, how much of this are we going to tolerate? Good thing a guy like him isn't president, because there would be no Iran or Russia, just a distant memory, that certain creature. Damn, this is getting bad, dark. This is getting crazy. Honestly, though, like I understand like where you're coming from, like with the frustration, the root of it. But at the same time, though, we always have to remember that the wars are going to be fought, and there has to be some rules in the war. Like war's never going to stop. Like it doesn't matter if the Putin regime simply went to the wayside tomorrow. War's going to continue. So we gotta adhere to some rules in it, because if people don't start adhering to rules in it and they stop doing that, then we're going to have way worse than what we have right now, like to a point where it's going to be so horrendous that it's going to be unspeakable. But Enforcer, what say you?
We also have to remember that if people have mindsets like that, and that's the prevailing mindset in the world, you are also not going to be alive that much longer as well. I mean, if that was the prevailing mindset in Russia, we would all be dead right now. Like it generally almost is the prevailing mindset in Russia. But if they had the mindset of, damn, those Americans keep thwarting our plans in Ukraine, we ought to just kill everyone in America. I mean, you wouldn't even be alive right now to make the complaint. And we have to, I know that a lot of people kind of get detached from this because we all kind of want to lean into our emotions, but if we work off of a mindset like that, we are going to die. It's not a static world. Like we don't wipe out Russia and Iran and no one does anything in return. Russia will nuke us in return. We will die if that happens. We always have to remember that. And while we are very infuriated with them and angry with them, we have to remember that our own lives are on the line. This isn't like we have our toy soldiers on the floor and we get unhappy and we just crush them with an iron or something like that. They have an ability to fight back. They have an ability to shoot back. So, we always have to keep that in mind and remember that when we talk about wiping out other people just because we're frustrated with them, a lot of these people have the very same ability to do that to us in return. But a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep it running. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 20 from Punisher of the North, and thank you, Punisher of the North, for that $20 support. They said, we were at the gas station today, and Enforcer Daniel asked me when we were in line if they have bug juice in Qatar, LOL. And I told him that we have to ask the Enforcers tonight in LOT, LSA. And also, shout out to Enforcer Daniel once again, by the way. That bug juice, I've seen that stuff before in the store. I've seen people getting it from time to time right there. When you get older, you eventually graduate to energy drinks from that. So I think the bug juice might be better. But I don't know. What do you say?
Let me find out, actually. Let's see here. Let's see. They do. Actually, they do. They have bug juice. It's not incredibly common, but it's in a couple of the stores where they sell foreign groceries and snacks. They actually do have bug juice in those stores in Qatar. That's actually kind of neat. And also really cool that Enforcer Daniel asked about that. Actually, to be entirely honest, Enforcer Daniel, I know a little bit about Qatari culture, but I don't know a whole deal. It's a little bit different than the rest of the Arabic cultures in the area, like of course Saudi Arabia's, which is the biggest. But apparently they do have some for sale over there. So you could end up going to Qatar one day and getting a bug juice. And a big shout out to Enforcer Daniel once again. That's great to hear that y'all are once again watching tonight. And really cool to know that you wanted a question answered. And the answer is there is bug juice in Qatar. Crazily enough, I didn't actually think there was going to be, but they have it. And also, someone said, but do they got that Fago? I don't know. Maybe they do. But still, a humongous thanks to Punisher of the North and Enforcer Daniel for an amazing question tonight. Long live the Lee Spring Army. Long live the Republic. And a big thanks to you and Enforcer Daniel for watching tonight and helping this channel to keep on running. Y'all are helping to make this entire thing possible. And with that, we're on the next one.
And we also have a 20 from Brandon Knows Best. And thank you, Brandon, for the $20 support as well. He said, keep up the good work, boys, and Slava Ukraine.
Hey, and Slava Ukraini. And a big thanks to your support, and of course we'll keep up the great work. It's thanks to folks like you we can, and we're greatly appreciative of that. And so a huge thanks to you so much once again for support. I hope that it's addressed that well, and with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from Game Theory, and thank you, Game Theory, for that 20 as well. They said, I'm extremely saddened at the incompetence of all this and the whole situation with Iran. They're saying it's hard to imagine this going on like this.
I would say it's disheartening to hear of the death of two U.S. soldiers, unfortunately, last night. But I will say that the war is being fought a lot more wisely this time around than it was the first time. I just think that it's a little bit aggravating that we had to see I believe 13 service members killed in the first phase of the war is the exact count, if I'm not mistaken. Generally to achieve nothing during that phase, because if we had fought the war properly the first time, it would have just been those 13 that died, and we wouldn't have to see any more needless death when we could have achieved it with far fewer losses. There will always be death in war, unfortunately. That's the sad reality of it. And we will, and of course, we do call upon every single one of our service members in the armed forces to lay down their lives as a part of their job, if need be, to defend this republic and to achieve victory in the interest and defense of this nation. On the other hand, though, while that's the case, I'm not really a big fan of the idea of all of our service members dying heroic deaths, because it's not really that a heroic death when you have to go notify the family members that these people are not coming home and they're dead. And so whenever we fight wars, I like to think that while we have to fight them, and some of them are necessary like this one, that we mitigate the number of deaths and wounded as much as possible. And that means to make the war as efficient as possible, as swift as possible, and as decisive as possible, which sadly I haven't really seen this time around. But thankfully, they're starting to fix that in the second phase of the war, and hopefully we will not have to enter a third phase of the war, and hopefully the second phase of the war won't go on for an incredibly long amount of time. But a big thanks to your support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from PH8445, and thank you very much for that $20 support as well. I say, hello, enforcers, longtime listener, and my question is, I agree that Putin would probably not use a nuke. However, if he gets really desperate, do you think that he could use chemical weapons on Kyiv and then deny ever doing it like it was normal?
Yeah, that would be very hard to do, because it Putin wouldn't be able to go, well, there was just a chlorine gas leak in the middle of Kyiv, like it would be pretty obvious that they did it, because Ukraine would never deploy or leak a chemical weapon into their cities. So if that ever happened, it would be clearly the Russians that did it. And also on top of that, Ukrainian investigators in the aftermath would probably be able to find residue of these chemicals inside of the warheads that were used to deploy them inside the city. So I would say it's highly unlikely that they'd ever be able to pull that off successfully and get away with it. But a big thanks to you for support and help this channel to keep on running, and I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
Also, a big shout out to Truck and Chef, who put in a 20 also.
Hey!
He said trains, and Andrew, can you explain these? The Schwebebahn in Germany. Also, Chongqing's line to monorail going through an apartment, and one more, the Zuerat at the port of Nua the Dubu, I think. Crazy Mind in the Desert, and thoughts.
Schwebebahn suspension. Oh, you're talking about that German suspension railway, the Wuppertal Schwebebahn. I don't really know how to actually pronounce that properly, but it's actually an elevated railway. Really cool, actually. I forgot the engineering behind it. I watched a video from the amazing and great Tom Scott, where he rode one of these, and he talked about it. Very interesting video. Sadly, forgot most of the important points about it. And then also there was an insane engineering one that talked about this Wuppertal, some Superbanda, or whatever it's called, the Wuppertal Schwebebahn. But this thing is really neat, though. I don't really know a lot about it, but I do know that it's a engineering masterpiece. Really cool one. And also the Chongqing, let me pull up that one. The Chongqing. Let's see here. And let's see, the Chongqing line 2. Line 2. I think all of these are monorails, actually. I don't really know a lot about monorails, actually. I hate to say that, Truck and Chef. Because if all these are monorails, I can show them and I can say, oh, that one's really neat, that one's really cool. But I don't really know a lot about them. Monorails are generally described in most of the railroading world as a fad, because it's really hard to conduct switching actions where you switch a monorail from one track over to the other because of the suspended structure of the track, and also how they travel along it, because it's a single track system for the most part. And also, they're very expensive to maintain. Usually, a lot of people just try and go for the conventional standard gauge 4 foot 8.5 inch rail laid on the ground, either with concrete ties in reinforced ballast or just normal wooden ties and non-reinforced ballast. And that's usually how most of the rails operate around the world. But let's see here, the Zurat. I don't know what the Zurat is, but we're gonna pull that one up. The Zurat. Let's see. That's in Rusiania. Let's see. Let's see. Zurat Railway? Let's see here. The Surat Railway Station. Sadly, I just don't know a lot about these. I know a lot about American railroads, and I know a little bit about British railroads, but most foreign railroads, it's a complete informational black hole. I just really know a lot about the US's railroads, and Britain's railroads too a bit, but fortunately, I wouldn't be able to tell you a lot about those because they're foreign, and I just don't know much about them. I do think that they're cool, though, and a big thanks to your support and helping this channel to keep them running. And Matthew, you're from Barbados? I never knew.
Someone said we sound like we have English as a second language. I don't understand. I've never been told that before. I'll be honest. That's a new one to me. I've never heard that. Also, I'm not from Barbados, by the way. I'm from Alabama, deep in the backwoods of Alabama. That's where I'm from. Cue the country song. But no, I'm not from Barbados. And also, English is definitely not my second language. If you think that's my second language, I'd hate to see what the first one looks like.
Boy, I mean, well, we just stutter and butcher some words from time to time, don't all of y'all? I mean, I know I do. But a big thanks to your support, Trucker Chef, and helping this channel to keep running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a $20 support from Gary, and thank you very much, Gary, for that $20 support right there. He said, Sergey, Vladimir drink Ruskies like sports drinks. He said, I have a secret mission. Vodka supply critically low. Send comrades to get vodka. Tell them if you see Ukrainian drone, not shoot at drone. They might hit oil depot again.
Oh boy, I gotta say, a big thanks to you for support in helping channel to keep running. And I do have to say, do not fire Ukraine drone, lest you blow lid off oil tank again. Very sad. Well, but a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And I gotta say, that right there is a good one. And so a huge thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a $20 support from Toxic Pineapple, and thank you, Toxic Pineapple, for the 20. They said, my wife pointed out that the Red Sea looks just like a slug, especially on the satellite view, and I can't unsee it in LLT, LSA.
It does, doesn't it? Look at it, look at it. It's got the body of a slug, and then it's got the little, like, tendrils at the top. It is a slug. It literally looks like one. I heard that. I heard that in the super chat, and I was like, it literally does look like one. I can definitely see that. And I can't really unsee that either now. But a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have here a 10 from Robert Krogan, and thank you, Robert, as well, for the 10. He said, good evening, Enforcers and LSA, and here's a little something for the effort, and take one from the chat.
Hey, and a big thanks to your support and helping this channel to keep it running. And we will make sure to get one from the chat in your honor. So what do we got, Matthew?
So this one's going to go to Basted with Mustard, who said, where today strikes a turning point in momentum for either side.
Not quite yet. Not that I saw, at least. So I would say generally today was just another day of slugging it out. It's going to get somewhere eventually, and I think the U.S. is coming out on top slightly each day as far as the Hormuz is concerned, and eventually it will start to produce fairly positive results. So I hope that does address that live chat well. And I just saw someone say you have to be smart to speak multiple languages. These guys aren't. They don't even speak English good. Well, I gotta say, I mean that's a crazy one because for us to not speak English good, this is a top 100 live stream on YouTube. So apparently you don't need to know English that good. Geschlägt mal like in any Deutschen. But anyway, so that we're on the next one.
Man, I speak two different languages. I know how to speak English. I know how to speak stupid. I'm not speaking their language.
Man, I know how to speak. I know how to speak two languages myself. I know how to speak English, and I know how to speak Sudanese. And we ain't going to get in much farther into what that language is all about. Because that guy in particular, you see, I'll teach you an old saying in the Sudanese language. You see, it's where I say it's where you say how do you do to me. You can't speak English well, and then I give you the formal greeting in Sudanese, which is Sudanese nuts. But with that, we're on the next one.
Oh, is that a real country?
No, it's fake, dude. Like, don't ask what it is. You're gonna get ahead. Like that was just for him.
Sudanese.
No. Oh my god, man, you're gonna get had by the whole chat. Like it's gonna happen.
You said Sudanese. I thought you were saying Sudanese or something. I didn't know what you were saying. You said something about nuts. Like, what do you mean?
Oh my god, man. So so to explain it, it's an old classic joke where you say Sugandese, and you're like, well, what like what's Sugandese? And then the guy says sucking these nuts. Like that's what it is. Like that's the joke.
Oh man, that's foul.
It is foul. It was a heckler put down, Matthew. They're made to be
Oh,
foul. Like,
oh.
I don't
A country of Sugandese. I'll tell you, that's a country.
I tell you. But anyways, on to the next one.
I heard they're gonna rename Iran that sooner or later if the Ayatollah has his way. But our next one here goes to none other than JC Tiflor, and thank you, JC, for the $20 support. He said, "I enjoy you guys and keeping it great, please."
And thank you so much for the support. And thank you for enjoying this show. And thank you for supporting it so that way we can keep this thing great and keep it running. And so a huge thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on the next one.
I also have a 10 from Rejecting Modernity, and thank you for the 10. They could be Amish, but he said, America has its faults, especially in its current form, but I don't want to hear the word savage out of the Iranians' mouth about us when their women are treated as property and stoning is a punishment. Oh yeah. Iran's like that. I mean, barbarism. I mean, that's not even a word really to describe what Iran does. I mean, barbarism doesn't describe the Iranian regime killing 52,000 of their own people because they dared to say they didn't like how things were going in Iran. I mean, that turned. I mean, that's like I'm not even sure barbarism is the right word for that. Evil might get it close to it, maybe, like possibly. I mean, that's atrocious. But Enforcer, what say you?
Yeah, I don't like hearing that myself either. It's stupid. It's like they have any moral high ground to speak of. They conduct terrorist attacks on people for a living. It's like that's not really what I consider to be a country that has the moral high ground. They can like they consider like for their proxy groups like Hezbollah and Hamas, they consider that if they attack and kill innocent civilians and they end up dying in the process, that they've died a martyr's death as a hero, which is definitely not something that I'd say is from a country with moral standing whatsoever. But a big thanks to your support and helping this channel to keep it running. I hope that does address that well. I would definitely agree with you. And with that, we're on the next one.
And also, this one goes to Nick Shops, and thank you very much for that $10 support. He said there are no bomb shelters on any bases in the Mideast. And I was stationed in Bagram and the Deed, and neither had bomb shelters. And you hit the deck and hope that you're on good terms with God.
Yeah, that's what I was. That's what I've been told. Word from the grapevine is none of them have it, and I was thinking, why not? It's like the whole thing with Iran has been kicking off really since 2024, and you'd think that CENTCOM would be like, damn, we might be under a ballistic missile attack because they have been multiple times. Even in the first administration from this current president, there was a base that came under a missile attack there, and they still haven't built hardened bomb shelters for people to take shelter in. Like that's ridiculous to me. I saw some people bitching and moaning in the chat. Oh, this guy's giving away all of our weaknesses. It's like, no, well, the Iranians already found the weakness out by slamming a missile down in these container units and killing a couple of our service members. So they kind of already know about that weakness to some extent. We should be trying to work to create a defense against that and not sit there and just try and deny it and let U.S. service members keep getting put in harm's way because we're not willing to address a clear discrepancy at this point in our forces and positions right now in the Middle East.
Well, here's the reporting on it because this is publicly known information. By the way, if people are saying it's somehow a secret, it's not a secret. I mean, here's a report right here from the War Zone. It says bunkers for U.S. bases in the Middle East now a top priority for the Pentagon. There's a rush to harden bases in the Middle East, and it should be a finally much-needed wake-up call to glaring gaps globally. And it's talking about moving in hardened shelters at these different facilities, so that way we can protect the soldiers. So this is a known vulnerability. This is not something new, and it's something that really should be addressed. I'm not really sure why they don't have those there, because all they have to do, well, I say all they have to do, I mean, these are very heavy, like concrete reinforced, like mobile bunkers that they have to move into place. So it's not super easy, but it's definitely something they should put the money and time into, because I mean, if it's saving lives, it's definitely worth it.
Well, I mean, they don't have to do anything complex. I mean, like, really, the bomb shelters shouldn't be designed to survive a direct impact because they probably never would anyways, and that would take a whole bunch of money to over-engineer something that still wouldn't work. They just need a bomb shelter to protect from shrapnel that's hardened at all. I mean, like, even a several-inch thick wall of a prefabricated bunker made in Jordan and slapped down next week would do a lot better than just having everyone stand outside of the chews and wait to get blown up. I mean, like, that's a far better alternative than what they're doing right now, which is basically nothing for most of them. And also, like, I gotta say, folks, I have absolutely no respect respect for people who hear me bring up on air, like, by the way, this is a humongous glaring issue that needs to be fixed for the safety of our soldiers, and then they want to go off on me because I'm bringing up something that needs to be addressed and fixed. Those people are so dumb, they'd rather let people die to stand on pride, which is stupidity beyond measure. Like if people are saying stuff like that, I don't really care if I am offending those people. That's absolutely stupid to say a U.S. soldier, a citizen of this country, has to die so that way we can stand on the pride point, and not saying that there's a weakness inherent in all of our bases that needs to be fixed right now. That's a really stupid standpoint. But anyways, with that, a big thanks to you for your support and helping this channel to keep running, Nick, and thank you for sharing that, because that's also what I heard from the grapevine. But a big thanks to you so much once again, and we're on the next one.
And our next one here is going to go to none other than Ella MC Wills Nafo, who puts in a 20. And thank you very much, Ella, for that $20 support. And that's very generous of you. And
Hey!
Ella said, recommendation, Lincoln Park's 1,000 Suns is a great listen. Nods to Oppenheimer. Oh, dang. Talks to everything about From Human Despair to Hope and historic American speech snippets. And take one from the chat in LLT, LSA, and Slava Ukraine.
And a big thanks to you for the support. And I also got to say, that's very interesting sounding song right there. I will have to take a look at it. I don't really listen to a lot of these modern songs like Linkin Park, and a lot of people are like, modern? That's modern for me. But I'll have to definitely take a look and a listen into it and see if it's any good. But to my taste, it might not be, but I'll still give it a shot though, because I'm always open to listening to new music. Because I sometimes find some more modern songs like that are really neat. But a huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
And our next one here goes to none other than Dave Katz. And thank you, Dave Katz, for the 10. He said, Matt, an enforcer, does Kashem load tankers like Karg Island does and pull all Iranian attention there, but us our Marines to move on Karg and live Normandy instead of Calais? And what say you? Now, I think Kashem, do they have like one limited like export terminal there? Like, I don't know for a fact if they don't have any.
I don't think so. I think I wandered around this whole island before looking for that, and I don't think I saw anything. Let me make sure though. Oh no, they have one.
Yeah, well,
Right here. Here it is.
okay, yeah, I was about to say because Karg Island, this number always gets slung around all the time. Karg Island is 90% of Iran's export capabilities. That's on Karg, but there's another 10%. So this must be the other 10% here on Kashem.
I I think it's spread out amongst multiple places because there's this one oil loading pier here, but then over at Bandar Abbas, there's an oil loading terminal in here somewhere. Let's see here. Where is it? Oh, it's right over here. Sorry. Yeah, there we go. There's the oil loading pier right here. So then there's one here, and then there's one way down here. Let me see if I can find this one. It's not near Sarik. It's further down. Oh, yeah, this one. This is allegedly an oil loading pier that I found on a map. I don't know if it works, but, at least it was on the map. And then let's see, and then over here at Chabahar, I don't think there's anything at Chabahar that handles oil or loads it onto ships. Well, wait a minute. No, actually they do. Here's the pipe works right here, and that apparently leads to the ship somehow, because this is an oil loading ship right here. So there are multiple different ports, but they make up a very small amount of their export capacity. Karg Island makes up 90%, so Karg Island's the main target, but there are a bunch of smaller targets that could be taken out or could be brought under control. Not just including Kashem and Karg. But a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on the next one.
And also, I forgot to grab the live chat question on the LL Super Chat. So moving back to that and grabbing that live chat question, this one goes to Scott Baldwin. He said, can you guys discuss which version of the Patriot that Ukraine's licensed for? They believe only the PAC-2. And is that one capable of shooting down the missiles that are striking Ukraine tonight?
From what I heard, I think they were getting licensing permissions for the PAC-3 because even the PAC-3 isn't considered to be the U.S.'s most cutting-edge air defense. We basically just kind of moved on to the Patriot's fine to hand out like candy, but the THAAD's the thing that we have to really protect now as far as the technological secrets. So I think the licensing rights that they got was for the PAC-3. The PAC-2 is the longest range missile, and it has a publicized range of 110 miles, and the PAC-3 only has a range of 90, but we believe that the reason why the range is a lot shorter for the PAC-3 is that it's designed for far more maneuverability in its interception of targets, which makes it a lot more flexible in taking down faster missiles or maneuverable missiles for the larger part in that shorter range that it has. So I think that's the one that they're allowed to license produce is the PAC-3 and everything below it, but they're generally really going to be producing the PAC-3 primarily. But that's really what I know. I could be wrong on that. I could have gotten wrong information on if it is a PAC-3, but I heard that they were getting the PAC-3 licensing rights. So I hope that does address it the best I can. And a big thanks to you once again for sponsoring a live chat, Ella McWheels Napo, and a very interesting live chat indeed. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have here a $10 support from Truck and Shelf once again, and thank you, Truck and Shelf. He said, "Good evening, enforcers, and do you think we need another aircraft carrier in the region, and would it help? And also, is there one available?"
We have an aircraft carrier that's going to be available very soon. I think it's the USS George H.W. Bush, which is still conducting preparedness trials off of the East Coast right now. I'm pretty sure. I'm thinking. Hold up. I need that Ian Ellis map, man. Let me go to Twitter and get the Ian Ellis map because I'm not exactly privy at this point of what ships are still in the Middle East. Let me go get Ian Ellis. My boy, Ian Ellis. He's great at this. Okay, so whoopsie daisy. The Dwight D. Eisenhower is the one that's currently conducting the carrier preparedness drills. It's the George H.W. Bush and the Abraham Lincoln that's currently over in CENTCOM. The USS, let's see, Harry Truman, the John C. Stennis, and the Reagan are back in America under maintenance. So this is the disposition of all of our carrier strike groups, just to make sure that I'm getting it right and I'm not getting anything wrong. We could send the USS Nimitz or the Ford. Well, not really the Ford. I hate to say it. The Ford's under repairs right now because of the laundry fire. It's just that I don't think this map is showing that at the moment. We could send the USS Nimitz, but it's technically only on the chart because the law requires that we have 11 operational aircraft carriers, and the John F. Kennedy is behind schedule in its construction, which is the new Gerald R. Ford class that we're trying to get in the Navy. And if we decommission the Nimitz now, by statute, we only have 10 operational carriers at that point instead of 11. So they're keeping the Nimitz on the books and technically operational with a skeletal crew until the John F. Kennedy is commissioned, I think, next year, and then they're striking the Nimitz, and then it's off to the scrappers. So we have the Ford that we could try and send, or the Eisenhower after it's done with its carrier preparedness drills, but the Ford is hardly in combat operational conditions. It doesn't really, it's lost 500 sleeping birds from the fire, so we really want to try and get that repaired before it goes back underway. But the Eisenhower or the Vinson, once they get done with their training, could be underway out to the Middle East and operate as a part of CENTCOM's AOR and 5th Fleet. So I hope that addresses that the best I can, just trying to sparse through this live on air. And a big thanks to you once again for helping this channel to keep it running and making this thing possible. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 10 from Thomas Kruger, who put in that 10, of course, and said, "Thanks, guys," and take one from the chat.
And a big thanks to you for support, Thomas Kruger, in helping this channel to keep it running. And we will make sure to take one from the chat in your honor. So what do we got?
And this one goes to Incentium, who said, "Have you seen that Ukraine deployed a naval drone with a turret drone on it?"
I think I did. It was a while ago. I'm very certain that I did. I'm not entirely sure, but I'll have to take a look into it. But a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a $10 support from Maurice Sparks, who said, "This is for the chat. By what metric are you using to decide who's winning and who's losing? And this is bad, but buckle up, a little buttercup, because this hasn't even gotten hot yet. It can get way worse."
I'm guessing that the question there is directed at the chat because you said this is for the chat. I'll tell you the metric that I use on air to say who's winning and who's losing. It's generally who's achieving the overarching masterstroke objectives. Like Russia, for example. If Russia says they want to take the whole of the Donbass by 2025, and it's 2026 now, they are losing the war because they're not achieving their strategic objectives. The Ukrainians, on the other hand, are saying we're going to stop them from doing that. So if the Ukrainians stop the Russians from doing that, and the Russians don't achieve it, then the Ukrainians are winning. Or other metrics can be used, like the failing Russian economy compared to Ukraine's, or Ukraine's massive loads of foreign support versus Russia's very little amount of foreign support. All those things come into saying Ukraine is in a better position in winning the war and Russia's losing it. With the war with Iran, generally the way that we measure whether someone's winning or losing right now is based off of the situation with the Strait of Hormuz. If the Strait of Hormuz's blockade is being weakened, which we can kind of see a little bit already, then we start to say the U.S. is clearly starting to get the upper hand. If Iran is controlling the Strait of Hormuz and the blockade isn't being lifted and oil prices are skyrocketing like they were in the first phase, that's when we say that the U.S. is losing. Because instead of trying to get into the semantics like some people do of, oh, well, the U.S. blew up like this one IRGC dude, so clearly we're winning, we try and get into the larger master strokes of the situation and say, based off of this broader big picture image and how that's going, the U.S. is winning or losing. So I hope that addresses that well, at least on my end. But I'm wondering how people in the chat do sparse what they think is winning or losing. I'm actually quite interested in that as well. But a big thanks to your support and help with the channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on the next one.
And our next one here is going to go to Game Theory, who put in a 20, and thank you, Game Theory, for that support. They said, Claude, U.S. strategic petroleum reserves at 316 million barrels, and lowest since 1983, and down from 374 million just 2 months ago. And in this drain rate, we're looking at roughly 10 to 16 months before hitting critical levels.
That is interesting. I haven't heard any new oil, new statements from oil experts, so I guess that's probably the best running record that we can get at the moment. And that's not bad. I mean, we could keep this war going for a while and open up the Strait of Hormuz eventually and see that the situation turns around, hopefully. So it's not looking too bad at this point. Originally, we were running out of oil in a couple of months because we were literally hemorrhaging oil left and right to Europe and everyone else. But a big thanks to you for the support and help this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a $10 support from Max Shabai, and thank you very much, Max, for that support right there. He said, in accordance with traditional methods of deriving LSA nomenclature, I propose a shit trucks brigade, lol.
Oh, we can make a shit trucks brigade, maybe. It's something that we'll put into consideration. We're going to put that into the ideas and nominations category and see if it gets any traction. But a big thanks to you for support and help this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a $20 support from Hugh, and thank you, Hugh, for that support right there. And what an interesting last name. But they said, what is the Iran war exit strategy when every off-ramp is considered a weakness by both sides?
The Iran war exit strategy is to defeat the Iranians, deprive their ability to blockade the Strait of Hormuz. Anything beyond that is largely optional at this point. We're just trying to stop them from holding the whole global economy hostage. So really our exit strategy is to, like, I'm not even being sarcastic. This is actually what I'm thinking. Basically, whoop they ass, make them cry for mama, and then leave. Like, that's honestly what my strategy is at this point. Because I don't really think we're going to be able to do much of anything else. Like, we can't negotiate with them, and they're not willing to negotiate. So we just kind of got to knock them around a little, throw some dirt in their eye, and then walk away when it looks like they can't blockade the strait anymore. So big thanks to you for support and help this channel to keep it running. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have another $10 support from Truck and Chef, and he said one more question. He said, ISIS in Syria, and y'all posted that the guy on top of the structure held their flag a bit a while ago, and which was very concerning. Any updates on their progression?
Well, I mean, there was a little armed clash in Aleppo today. I don't know if that had anything to do with ISIS, but, it's not out of the question. ISIS is pretty heavily operating around the Idlib area and the outskirts of Aleppo, so it's not looking good. It looks like a powder keg that's waiting to explode in Syria, if I'm being entirely honest. It is growing and kind of kindling at the rate that I was expecting it to at this point. It hasn't just exploded like the rise of ISIS in the mid-2010s, but it looks like it's certainly getting in that direction at this point, and everyone's kind of ignoring it until it just blows up in our face, and then we'll have to respond to it. But a big thanks to you for the support and help this channel to keep it running. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a $10 support from Cookie56, and thank you, Cookie, for the 10. He said, the world did not elect the U.S. leadership, the USA did. Is it any wonder the world's pissed with the USA?
I don't understand what that's trying to get at here. I mean, I don't really get it when people get pissed at the whole of the United States of America. Like, speaking for me personally, I'm neither Joe Biden or Donald Trump. So I don't really get why you're trying to make that our problem, because I think we made it very clear, and many Americans have made it clear, that the foreign policy approach by the president isn't really something that we're a big fan of. So I don't really know why that's the sin or burden to carry of all Americans, because knowing that you're Australian, I mean, I could throw a million things at you and blame you personally for the actions of your government. But that is quite immature and asinine, because you're not the prime minister, nor are you a member of parliament or the whole of the parliament of Australia. So I hope that addresses that the best I can. Whether people are frustrated at the U.S. leadership or the entire nation is a different thing in my book. Like I don't take out my frustrations against Iran on the Iranian people and say they all have to burn in hell. I really more so say the Islamic regime has to go, but the people are largely not involved in the situation like the Islamic regime is. And I think that's a little bit unfair to lob the entire United States of America, whether they approve or disapprove of the president's foreign policy actions, into the same bucket like we're all demons of Satan. But anyways, with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a $10 support from Rifleman, and thank you, Rifleman, for the 10. He said that the Ukrainian attacks against Wildberry centers remind me of the Lusitania. The Germans were right about it carrying weapons and ammo, but it did more harm than good to them.
That's actually true. Like, that is actually true. A lot of people don't know that about the Lusitania, but the Germans had actual knowledgeable intelligence when they hit the Lusitania. It was carrying 17,000 Remington rifles and millions of rounds of ammo when it got torped off the coast of Ireland. It killed 130 American citizens. That was really where the problem came in. But the Germans were generally kind of right in saying that the U.S. was breaking their neutrality by supplying weapons to the British, which is true. So I would agree with you in that extent. I don't really think that these attacks are really that beneficial. If they say it's for a strategic purpose, then I say they're beneficial. But if they're saying it's just to try and make the Russians scared, I don't really see a point in it, and I think that's starting to get borderline criminal, possibly. But a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep running. I would agree with that. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a $10 support from Truck and Chef once again, who says, put that poll back up. Will Russia leave Crimea left to suffer, or will Russia issue evacuations? I'm with Enforcer Matt. I think they'll let them fall, but what do y'all think?
Oh, I already abandoned my position a while ago. Like the last time we got an update out there, I think they might just be left there to rot, basically, by the Russian government at this point, because I do not see any evacuations of the citizens happening, or most of the military even yet, and it's well past what I was expecting. So, a big thanks to you for your support. I hope that it's addressed that well, but I think Matthew and me, and most of the audience, is on the same page at this point. I think Crimea is unfortunately screwed, and everyone there needs to start praying or hoping. And so with that, we're on the next one.
We also have another $10 support from Rifleman. He said, I've noticed something about FPVs and surrendering soldiers. A human that is controlling that FPV and killing a surrendering soldier is a violation of the Geneva Conventions. And how can this be solved? Now, on the Ukrainian side, Ukraine gives the Russians chances. Like, we've seen that time and time again. In fact, the Ukrainians would go so far out of their way to try to help a surrendering Russian soldier, they'll even send a second drone with instructions on what to do, and then they'll guide the surrendering soldier using the drone straight to the Ukrainian position, or they'll take them into custody, and they won't eliminate them right there on the battlefield, which is way more than they have to do, by the way. That's going out of the way to save those Russian soldiers. So the Ukrainians are pretty good about that. The Russians, on the other hand, I'm not really sure if they do that. But Enforcer, what say you?
It doesn't happen a lot. It happens a few times where someone throws up their hands, but one of the few times I've ever seen it, the Ukrainian drone has buzzed them once and then twice, and they're firing at the drone the whole time, and then once their magazine runs out of ammo, and the drone literally cannot come out of its dive, it's basically diving right on top of them, and then they want to throw up their hands and surrender. And at that point, it's too late. Like, it's like having a Hellfire come down on top of your head, and you throw up your hands and go, I surrender! Like, the Hellfire can't do a U-turn and just fly back to the Apache at that point. It's a little too late. So I would say generally it has to just be dealt with like any war crime. Like if a Russian crawls out of a bunker, like 4 of them, and they all have their hands up immediately and they're waving a white flag of surrender, and then you hit them, that's basically like an infantryman greasing him with a machine gun. It just gets treated generally the same. But a big thanks to you for support and help this channel to keep it running, Rifleman. And a very interesting question there. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have here a 10 from Lavantava, who said, could Zelensky be deliberately caving to the people he serves over Fedorov and Sursky to plant a dangerous seed in Russian minds? And why can Ukrainians demand better while we cannot? And thoughts?
Honestly, I think one of the most interesting poisons that could be put in the Russian mind is that the Ukrainians went out on the street and protested and nothing happened to them. The Ukrainians didn't call out the Oman, they didn't start beating people or mass arresting them. They listened to them. I mean, honestly, if anything, that's probably the more shocking thing about it, is that people are like, oh, Ukraine is corrupt. It's like, well, I don't see them like mass arresting protesters, though, or putting them down or beating them, which is what the Russians do to protesters. It's like, that's a very big difference. I'll say, even at that level, level, just allowing them to protest is a humongous difference between Ukraine and Russia. But I would also agree with you. It might be a reason to show, in Ukraine, people actually have a say and they're listened to. In Russia, nobody has a say and you do what you're told. You do what you're told. But they serious support.
And Ukraine letting the citizens have their protesting privileges.
But those privileges may be revoked. Oh my God.
Man, I hate when people say it's your privilege, like your free speech privileges. It's like, it's not a damn privilege, it's a right. It's like it's written in the Constitution. Like when people, I don't know if people realize, but when they say privilege, like that intends that it can be taken away at a moment's notice. Like, oh, your privileges are revoked today. It's like that's not a privilege. If it's a right in the law. It's written down in stone. It's a law. It's like, it's not a privilege. I can't stand it when people say that. Usually the most assholeish people say privilege. Like, that's what I've found over the years. When you hear anybody saying your privileges, usually that person's either an authoritarian asshole or somebody you probably don't want to deal with.
Man, honestly, and also people be like,
I get triggered over that. If y'all might notice, I have some troubles with the word privileges. Leading back to my childhood, I have the problems with that.
Man, I remember that one time, man, when I went and opened up my first bank account at a bank that will leave unnamed, and the guy, I was 16 opening my first bank account, folks. The guy sat there and said, "And you'll have the privilege of using your money." I was like, "The privilege? Bitch, I have the right." It's like, that's my money. It's like, the hell are you talking about? You had the privilege to spend my own money. I'm making it.
I'll be like, okay, well, let me go ahead and exercise my privilege to close it right now. Go ahead and close it.
I was like, let me exercise that privilege of I'm effing off and picking a new bank. It's like, how about that one? You like that one? That was the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Like, my literal money, and you have the privilege to, it's like, get the hell out of here. Like, what do you mean privilege? But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
Also, I ain't said privilege. I ain't said privilege hardly at all. Matt said more than I've heard in a year. I ain't said privilege except just now. I never say that word ever. But moving into our next one here, this one's going to go to none other than JSGO Sniper. And thank you very much for the support as well. They said, what's the status of the Carl Vinson? Was it decommissioned? And I knew it was getting a refit this year and supposedly head to the Pacific Theater. And by the way, it was the carrier that UBL's body was dumped into the ocean.
Huh.
I thought it was from a Black Hawk. That story keeps changing.
The story's different every time. They dropped him off the side of the carrier. They spread his ashes over the desert. Like, they dropped his different body parts all over the desert, let it get eaten by the dogs. Like, it's different every single time. The body is disposed. Like, that's what we know. Like, the body is nowhere around. Like, it's either it's in the sea, spread over a wide area, or it got turned to dust. We're not sure which. But beyond that, though, the Carl Vinson has returned from its deployment to CENTCOM, which happened last year, and it's undergoing a refit. And then once it's done with its refit, which basically the refit in a carrier sense is that it comes back and they fix everything that's broken. And on a carrier, loads of things break while they're out on deployment. It's a ship with millions of moving parts. Like, these things are extremely complex. And so they have to come back and they have to check everything. They have to do inspections. They have to replace everything that's known to be broken. They have to check if other stuff is broken that's not known to be broken and then replace that as well. And then they might add some new computer systems in or update some certain systems, mostly computer systems generally from what I've heard, and some other things as well. And then after that, they take the crew, because usually by that point it's a whole new crew that's going to be on the carrier, and they go out and they conduct ship trials and training to get them ready to be an operational carrier at sea. And then once those trainings and trials are done, then they're able to be put out on deployment again. And so that's what I generally know is going on with the Carl Vinson. It's a very old carrier, but I think it's going through one of its later refits, one of its last refits at this point. It's getting ready for another training round and then another deployment. That's what at least I know. But a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on the next one.
And our next one here is going to go to none other than Jamal's dad. And thank you, Jamal's dad, for that $10 support. And he said, well, with what's available, let me restart that. They said, with what's available online, we have lost the sensitivity to things like death and drugs, and it's been replaced to sensitivity to things like social justice issues because they've been made to be a bigger issue. Honestly, I feel like people just lost sensitization to pretty much everything. If I can't speak, damn it. But honestly, people have been desensitized quite badly, really, I would say. Also myself included, both me and Andrew's been desensitized quite a bit to the horrors of the war that's taking place right now, really. It's horrendous, because occasionally I'll find myself doing my daily research on my end, and also Andrew would do his research, and I'll find myself scrolling across something, I watch the video, and then about 5 minutes later I realize Damn, I just watched somebody actually die in that video on a frontline battlefield. Like, I didn't even really like feel anything about it. I'm like, that's not good. And I'm like, that's really not good at all, because I'm like, I don't ever want to lose the fear of situations like that, because you never really should. But Enforcer, what say you?
Well, I think I have the privilege of speaking. Yeah, get it? Because only assholes say it. But beyond that,
You're
though,
pissing me off.
that's it. Contact my attorney. Like, but anyways, beyond that, though, to answer the question, a lot of people say that folks are desensitized to that, and I don't mean to be the history guy who's like, well, everyone's always been desensitized to death, but everybody's quite literally been always desensitized to death for the most part. Like, a lot of people don't think about this these days because it's very removed from a lot of us in these current generations that are alive, but a lot of parents back in the day, before the 1920s and the 1930s really, would have multiple children, and most of them would die within a year or two after being born. And a lot of people these days talk about the death of a child as tragic. Back in the day, that was a part of normal life, is seeing a 1 year or a 2 year old infant just dying of illness or just dying in general. Because postnatal care was largely non existent throughout most of history. That's what allowed for the baby boom to happen, for the boomers to come into being, is that postnatal care became drastically improved. It significantly decreased the mortality rate. Hardly any babies died right after childbirth. And that's what created the major population boom. So generally, I would say, not really. I mean, not quite. Like, childbirth is probably one of the most common ways that people experienced death back then. And also, on top of that, the last public execution in the United States was 1936. Before then, people usually would go around to executions, and they were held publicly almost all the time here in the United States. Like, if someone was put to death, it wasn't done in a little room, where they open up the curtain and they're like, all right, we're going to lethal inject this guy. No, they would build a scaffold in the middle of town, bring the people out there, and they'd hang them for the entire city to watch. And that was very common throughout most of the United States, or in a myriad of other things were incredibly common back then too, for people to see death. Like, for example, back in the day when someone died and they didn't really know who they were, the coroner or the undertaker from the local funeral home would take the body, stiffen it up a little bit. Usually rigor mortis already did that. And then they'd put them on a board and they'd flip them up into their window. So you could go corner shopping at the bodies at the funeral home and be like, oh yeah, that's Jimmy. I know him. He's Jimmy. You can take him down now. Like, we're going to get him buried. And that was a very common thing back then. I mean, like, and also
You
drugs
know,
back then. Mhm.
Well, the whole thing where they were trying to get people to like identify who it was and stuff like that. That's how the name John Doe came around, because like some people would walk by the place and they'd see the bodies in the window at the funeral parlor and they'd be like, "Ain't that John Doe?" And that's how they just called him John
Oh my
Doe after that.
God.
Because that was the question: Is that John Doe? I like, is it really him Doe?
Is that him though? On God?
That's John Doe.
Oh man, but back
That
in
was
the
horrible. That was horrible. Clap, please.
no,
Clap.
it was all right. It was, oh, hey, but no, it's all right. It's all right. But beyond that, though, I mean, death was a very common thing in most people's lives back in the day. It's kind of that we don't see death in real life anymore. It's mostly on media, and we feel like we've gotten desensitized to it in that regard. But people back then were desensitized to it in real life, legitimately watching death around them every day. And as far as drugs go, we say these days that we're desensitized to drugs, but honestly, the pre-Harold Taft Act era in the United States was truly desensitized to drugs because everyone was on them. It's like that your kid comes home from school and he's like, "Mom, I have a cold," and the mom's like, "Oh, take this cocaine cough syrup, you'll be fine." It's like, that is desensitized. Like, that is extremely desensitized, and that was normal. Like, that was normal up until the 1910s in this country. Like, it was a crazy, like, back in the day in America. I do not say this to kid. I don't mean this as a bad thing. I just mean this as in a fact. It was a crazy time to live in America, like over a century ago or further back. I mean, America quite literally was a wild place, a very free place, but a wild place nonetheless. And a lot of the things that we say these days, we lament and we're like, oh man, it's very unfortunate people are not connected this way. I can promise you, people back then were disconnected in the same way. But a big thanks to you for support. Double this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 10 from Big Ron. He said, a quote that I remember from Star Trek The Next Generation was, "One man's campaign is another man's massacre. It's a matter of perspective."
That's true, actually. It generally, like, history history is viewed through the eyes of the people who are living today and how their people dealt with it. Like here in America, the American Revolution is looked at as a glorious thing. In Britain, they hardly even teach about it. It's a matter of perspective, really. It's not about the victors or the losers. It's about the people that are telling the story, and they're going to tell it in the way that they feel is the best emotionally. But history is a very, very impersonal thing when you get into the academic study of it. But a big thanks to your support and help this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 10 from Barry Pies, and thank you very much for that support. They said, I just woke up to watch the Enforcers, and I suppose nothing quiet on the Eastern Front. And last time you read my nickname, I realized that it can also be read in English. Barry Pies is in Tome Confections and LSA.
It's a pretty cool name, though, I will say. And a big thanks to your support. And you were up just in time. Better late than never is what we always say, too. And a big thanks to you once again. And we're on the next one.
We also have a 10 from Daniel Pigan. He said, did you all see that Argentina got some revenge against England, beating them 2-1 in the World Cup semifinals? And Argentina even held a banner after the game claiming sovereignty over the Falklands.
Oh, those little silly Argentinians. Oh, wait a minute. Hold up. Wait a minute. England and France had a game today, and England beat them 6-4? Oh, yeah. All right, let's go. I don't mean no disrespect to our French viewers, but I was hoping if the English and the French ever went up against each other that they would win. And the English won 3rd place this year. That's not bad. Not bad at all, I tell you. So that's pretty cool. But beyond that, I did hear about that, and I was quite disheartened to see that England lost. I was really rooting for England after the U.S. lost. But a big thanks to you once again for the support and helping this channel to keep it running. And we're on the next one.
And our next one here is going to go to none other than Toxic Pineapple once again, and put in a 10. And said, did we ever hear about what happened off the coast of Orlando the other day?
It was ship tests. They were doing shock tests to the ship, and that's what created the quakes. I don't know what type of explosive they put off out there. The shock test, I think, was like, was it a nuke? Because it showed up pretty heavily on the Richter scale. But a big thanks to your support, and we're on the next one.
We also have a 10 from Gary and LV, who said Ukraine uses upgraded old American-made Hawk, homing all-the-way killer, surface-to-air missile systems to hold missile to target until hit with new radar-attached unit. And have you heard of it?
They do have Hawks, and they do have that system. That is actually true. And so big thanks to your support, and help this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 10 from Game Theory, who said, given the global rising tensions, do you think there is a modern-day Zimmerman telegram, a leaked document, or a deepfake that could trigger a similar escalation today?
I love how Britain did that. They said, man, how do we get America into the war? And someone said, oh no, let's make a fake telegram saying that Germany's offering Mexico to take back the lost colonies of Mexico. And then, oh, that's great. Let's send that to America, see if they fall for it. And then we went, wait a minute, they what? And they were like, oh, they fell for it. And then we joined the war. The whole Zimmerman telegram thing, by the way, folks, it's basically been debunked at this point. That was a fabrication by the British, because nobody in Mexico ever said, and there's been no documentation to prove, they ever actually received that telegram from the Germans. So it looks like it was just made up, but it was effective. It got us in the First World War. So outside of that, though, I had to say, there could be something like that these days. But generally, it's kind of like people searching for it, because the U.S. could have easily debunked that and been like, this is a farce. Like, we're not getting involved in the war. But the U.S. already wanted to get involved. A farce. My English is not good.
This is a farce. Farts.
It's a farce. But it's a farce. We could have easily debunked it, but we didn't want to because we wanted to get into the war, and by that point, we were like, oh, this is the kindling we need, and we just ran with it at that point. But a big thanks to your support and helping this channel to keep on running. And maybe some of y'all can remember an incident from 2003 where we did the same thing. They have yellow cake uranium. Like, just like, get them. But anyways, with that, we're on the next one.
Our next one goes to Irish Ed here, put in a 10. And thank you, Irish Ed, for the 10. He said, Irish Ed, and our munitions offensive and defense production is way too slow and too expensive. And what say you?
I completely agree with the Irish Ed. I think that we should be producing in far larger numbers, and it should be far more affordable. And so big thanks to your support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 9 from Max Shabai, and thank you, Max, for the support. He said, in Virginia, we called them honey wagons. How about in Bama? And by the way, do they still have them in super tech futuristic Japan?
I don't know what they be calling honey wagons. I don't know what that is. Man, do you know what that is?
I'm not totally sure, to be honest.
Sadly, Max Shabai, I don't know what that is. But I do thank you greatly for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on the next one.
Also, we have a 5 from Scott Hebert. He said, I watched yesterday's replay earlier today, and shout out to Enforcer Daniel if he's watching today.
He is a big shout out to Enforcer Daniel. I believe that's probably one of the youngest members of the Lee Spring Army right there is Enforcer Daniel. Really cool to know, though. And a big thanks to you for support and help with the channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 5 from Rejecting Modernity once again. He said, hey guys, it's me, Cachulian. Oh, that's you, Cachulian. It's him. It's Cachulian. He said, I changed names because I decided to try and start a small channel of my own, and I'm still here watching y'all every night.
Well, I wish you the greatest success, and I hope that it goes incredibly well. Sometimes YouTube channels have a tendency of blowing up. Maybe yours will be next. And a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And I hope that you've been enjoying every single night. And we wish you the greatest success on your ventures of rejecting modernity. And with that, we're on the next one.
Also, actually, I was referring to the shit truck. Apparently, the porta potty thing, honey wagons. They call them honey buckets out here in Utah. That's what they call them. These porta potties. I said, sir, they call it honey buckets. That's what they call them. So you walk in there, it doesn't smell like honey. I can tell you, it's a fake name. It's fake. You walk in there and it smells like raw sewage. It smells bad. It smells ugly. It smells hideous. Some say stuff on the floor, smears everywhere. What say you?
I don't know what they were. I think we just called them septic trucks in the South. Like, I think that's literally all I ever heard anyone call them. Oh, that's them damn septic trucks. I think that's what they were called, but maybe there was another name that I just never heard of down there. But a big thanks to you for support. I hope that has addressed that well, and we're on the next one.
Also, we have a 5 from Plow Guy EDU. He said coffee. And when do you think this hits our homeland? And thanks to our young brothers.
Hopefully not anytime soon, this time around. But a big thanks to your support for the coffee fund. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have here a 5 from Gary Schreiber. He said World War II, the B-17 style action on the coast of Iran up to 5 miles inland.
You could try. You could try. Like, I mean, you could give it a shot. But a big thanks to you for support, and we're on the next one.
I also have a 5 from Game Theory. He said, shout out to Chef Danny to open a restaurant in LA that makes French dip sandwich.
Oh, that would be great, wouldn't it? I would love that. If Chef Danny opened up a French dip restaurant with that old juice or whatever it's called, I would love that. That would be great. And a big thanks to you for support. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 5 from Joseph Malone. He said, deployed to Syria, number one thought we would take indirect in any other countries, and bunkers with 2 Jersey barriers under sandbags in Buring and insane.
Yeah, crazy stuff over there, really. I mean, absolutely crazy stuff, you know. I don't know a lot about Camp Buring, but I can tell you that Syria is a wild place. Like a wild, wild place. But a big thanks to your support. With that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 5 from Jeff Hanley. He said, do you think Congress would declare war on Iran if they get lucky and they damaged or sunk an aircraft carrier?
Probably not in the modern day. Declaring war on countries is just it's not around anymore. It's just not the fad. It's all the rage to just go to war and never declare it. After the Second World War, at least. So, big thanks to your support. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a $5 support from Shrimp Wagon, and they said, thanks for the coverage, the best news hands down, and playing Zelda while listening. I love the impressions, but y'all actually sound like old school Cali surfers. That's weird how everybody processes our voice so differently like that. I went into the dentist office the other day, and they're like, you're from the South, aren't you? I was like, oh. I was like, I was like, huh. I've been told by some people I sound very like transatlantic accent wise, not Alabama, but they thought I was very Southern. Then, like, some people think we're Cali surfers, like Shrimp Wagon, and then some people think that we speak English as a second language. It's really remarkable how people interpret stuff differently. This is why secondhand reporting is not accurate, people. Be careful when you take that's why they don't allow it in court. By the way, you can't come in there speaking all that hearsay, because it's unreliable. But Enforcer, what say you?
And I saw the enforcers wandering up upon the channel, and I swore that they must have been some sort of Dutch boys, the way they be speaking that Netherlands language real nice-like.
I was like, I don't know how people really take our language. I believe that I have a very neutral American accent. But apparently a lot of people hear many different things, like you. And I thank you for the support, and that is a very interesting interpretation of our voice.
And so with that, humongous thanks to you once again for that incredible support. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Brown Dog Prospecting, who said a big thumbs up to the channel.
Hey, and a big thanks to you for the kind words and help this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Zalagar. He said, when I first opened my bank account, I got declined, and they wouldn't tell me why I had to wait for the letter in the mail. My identity had been stolen. Now that sucks. That does
Yeah.
suck right there. I will say that's horrible.
I hate to hear that. That's pretty rough stuff. But a big thanks to you for supporting up with this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 5 from the Becca, who said Spain versus Argentina final tomorrow at 3 p.m. ET. And let's go Spain. And great stream tonight, guys, and thanks so much.
You know what? I'll join you. I'll root for Spain. I'll root for Spain. They beat England. I'll root for Spain. Well, actually, I think they beat the French, but who cares? But a big thanks to you for supporting up with this channel to keep it running. With that, we're on the next one.
Also, a big shout out to Plazoth, Dave Katz, and EJ Kress for each putting in a $2 support. And thank you all three very much for that support, and we do appreciate that very much. We also have a 2 from JLW, who said, hit the like button, guys.
Hey, hit that like button, folks. We love to see it. We really do. We've gotten 7,200 likes tonight. That's pretty good. And 320,000 views. You know, we could do better. But I'm just kidding, by the way. But a big thanks to you once again for support. With that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 2 from Rich, who said 40 missiles were fired at Kyiv today.
It was a pretty unfortunate time, I would have to say. Very sad to see. But a big thanks to you for support. We're on the next one.
We also have a 2 from Brown Dog Prospecting yet again. He said, one less super chat and enjoy your views.
Thank you so much for the support, and we will enjoy our views. I got to say, today was a crazy day. We hit 31,500 live viewers. Don't know why. Don't have a clue. It's the SEO. Like we both know, it's the thumbnail and the title. But beyond that, though, I got to say, absolutely crazy to see. And I got to thank everybody who's been here watching tonight. We always try our best, and I hope that we were able to give you all a great show tonight. And so, a big thanks to all of y'all once again for the support and help with this channel to keep it running. And with that, it's time for us to get our Morse code decoders and the 3 final live chats of the night. So, what do we got?
We also have all of the Morse code decoders tonight. We have Paul, Kevin, Mason, Joni, Norm, Arabelle, Heroic Fluffness, Kush, Kovateric, Sire, and Brian. And he said the Morse code reads, may our slain have not died in vain, and may their sacrifice see us through to victory. Rest in peace, and LSA.
And that is the Morse code message of the night. I hope that we see that those who have laid down their lives in the service of this country only inspire us to work even harder for the improvement of our country, considering that some gave it their all and gave it their best. We should give every single bit that we have to make sure that this country will still continue to succeed and prosper, considering that so many have given so much for us to be able to achieve far greater. And so a humongous shout out to Lee Springer and Snowcore for getting that correct once again. A big shout out to y'all. Y'all hit the jackpot, as we always say. And with that, we are on to the third to last question of the night.
And this one is going to go to none other than SOTF Unity, who said, so if Russia and China are providing assistance to Iran, would that validate Russian and Chinese assets in the region for the U.S. to be able to strike?
Not quite, because it's more of a diplomatic issue that we're having with them, because if we worked off of that kind of a concept, then the Russians have more than a right to attack Alaska right now because we provide weapons to Ukraine. So generally it's more so of a diplomatic issue, and that could create fallout in a way, diplomatic fallout, where we could see sanctioning and a cutback of trade or trade wars and such things as that, but it won't ever justify direct military strikes. We have to be very reserved in how we act, lest we bite off more than we can chew and we end up in a very bad situation. So I hope that does address that the best I can. And with that, we're on to the second to last question of the night.
And this one here is going to go to none other than Marie Jacobs, who said, do we not have air defense systems at these foreign bases like in Jordan and protect the troops, LSA? And thank you for both bringing us the truth, good and the bad.
We do have air defense systems at all of our bases. It's just that sometimes they fail to intercept the incoming missile, or the incoming missile is somehow far too fast and far too maneuverable for the system to shoot down. And that's what we saw apparently over the Muwaffaq Salty air base, which then led to unfortunate casualties, because then we didn't have the passive defense of having bomb shelters. We were kind of just really leaning in on betting that the first line of defense, the active defenses, would take down the missiles and the threat would disappear. But I hope that does address it the best I can, and a big thanks to you once again for an amazing question there. And as we are about to crest 607,000 subscribers, we're only 80 subscribers away from that, we are going to get the final question of the night. So who is lucky last person to throw in the lucky last question of the night?
And that viewer is going to be none other than Dave Katz. He said, please answer, are there oil pumping and loading facilities on Qasem Island, and does that make taking carg not important?
There are oil loading and pumping facilities in Qasem, Bandar Abbas, Chabahar, well, not Chabahar, actually, correction. There's another one down here along the coast in this area, and I believe There's a couple of more as well that I'm not accounting for. There are some all over the place, but Karg is the most important one to take if we want to knock out their export capabilities indefinitely. It makes up 90% of their export volume, meaning that that is the number one target. And there's really no other target that can even come close to being second place, at least in that regard. So I hope that does address that the best I can. And with that, folks, we have reached the end of tonight's stream. I've got to say humongous thanks to each and every single one of y'all so much once again for enjoying the show tonight. Of course, we had unfortunate news and good news to recover all in between, but I hope that we were able to deliver it with the same kind of professionalism, a bit of humor, and also coverage and analysis that we usually provide to y'all each and every single day. We will see you all tomorrow for the Sunday night fundraiser at 10 p.m. Eastern time to cover the next 24 hours of the news from around the world, and hopefully that'll segue us on into a Monday after this 13-day work week, so that we can finally get one day off and relax before the next probably 13-day work week comes around again. And so with that, if there also, by the way, is a short video to be made tomorrow, Enforcer Matt will be the one making that video. And so with that, Brianna, man, like, scared the hell out of me with that, man. It's how you got stabbed. You went, I was like, I was like,
I felt like I got stabbed. I forgot it was my day tomorrow. I was actually planning my day. I was thinking I'm gonna wake up tomorrow. I'm gonna have some food. I'm gonna have some coffee. I'm gonna get up and just like sit on the couch for a minute before I get up and go do my exercise. And then he said, "It's your day tomorrow." I was like, all the plan just crumbled to shreds and pieces. I forgot.
You see, because he doesn't eat, drink coffee, or anything. Like the day he makes a video, he just exists. I also do that
Straight
as
up
well.
raw dog it right in the morning. I just wake right up, no water, no coffee. I'm like those people in that movie that was trying to break those horses. Like, break them, no water, no food. I'm like, that's why I do when I wake up making the video. I can't eat. I can't do nothing before I make the video. I come down, I'm researching for an hour, 2 hours, then I record the video, I edit the video, I make sure it's all accurate, good to go, thumbnail, title, description, everything, the whole 9 yards, Twitter posting in the middle of it. It's a whole thing.
Y'all, I do the same thing. That joke. And I always find it funny. There's always a comment on every single one of my videos where they're like, "Enforcer, are you sick? Are you unwell?" And it's just because I literally have woken up and I'm immediately starting to work on the video and I'm doing takes. And for some reason, my voice takes a long time to like get out of like that I just woke up sound. So when I make the video, I'm like, "Hello everyone, I'm the Enforcer and welcome to," and everyone's like, "Are you good?" And I am good. It's just that my voice still hasn't woken up yet. I'm well and awake, but the voice not yet. But Matthew will be making the short war video tomorrow if there is one to make. So with that, we will see you all then. Good night, good luck, take care, stay safe. Slava Ukraini, Herom Slava, long live the Lead Spring Army, and long live the Republic.
And with that, folks, thank you all for well over 250,000 people being here tonight. That was a lot of people. We had over 320,000 people here by the end of the stream. That's a lot of people, by the way. And we appreciate you all for joining us once again tonight. And we hope we met all the expectations tonight for the breaking news and also our normal coverage tonight. But we hope to see you all tomorrow as well for that short war video and also that Sunday night fundraiser stream tomorrow as well. Be sure to join us at 10 p.m. Eastern for that. And in the meantime, a big shout out to you all. And if you haven't already, hit that subscribe button on the way out. Just hit that little subscribe button right there. Hit that little bell too, a little ding ding on the way out. But we will see you all tomorrow. And of course, Slava Ukraine, Herom Slava, get some rest and good night.